The Beast Within Story. The Beast Within Story link. https://www.fanfictaion.net/s/1338395/1/category Ranma plus Darkstalkers crossover genre adventure/supernatural author Unifor link https://www.fanfictaion.net/u/7890/last updated September 21st 2010 words 145,750 rating Key status in progress content Chapter 1 to 18 of the 18 chapters source, fanfictaion.net summary, -r1/2 ! Darkstalkers Helsing during the last stages of his Neko-ken training, Ranma runs away from Genma, and runs into a certain werewolf from his mother's past. What kinds of new adventures and experiences will Ranma go through in the years to come? Chapter 1 Prologue A moonlit encounter The Beast Within Disclaimer Ranma 1/2 Darkstalkers and any other character mentioned in this story belong to their respective creators or are entirely fictitious. Thoughts Prologue A moonlit encounter from her backyard patio. Nodoka Sodom gazed out at the night sky. It had been a year since her husband Genma had taken their only child on a training trip. It had been a long and lonely 12 months, with only the occasional letter to comfort her. She had missed her son terribly and recently, she had been wondering if she had been in her right state of mind to let her spouse take her only offspring away from her. The only thing she had to connect her to them was a piece of paper with Genma's signature and Ranma's handprint. It was a contract that's supposed to keep Genma on his best behavior while he raised Ranma, yet Nodoka couldn't help but worry that Genma would fall back to his less than stellar habits, regardless of the seppuku contract. Early on in their marriage, Ranma's mother had found out that Genma wasn't exactly what one would call a good man. In fact, he barely qualified as a human being. He was greedy and tended to think with his stomach. On several occasions, Nodoka had caught her husband stealing from the family treasures, intending to sell them off for some fast cash. He was quite lazy and was content to leech off the family fortune, instead of going out to get a job. Nodoka had begun wondering why she had even married him. With that thought, Nodoka then thought back to the real reason why she had consented to marry Genma. It was because of an encounter some 5 years ago, with a man named John Taldane. At the time, Nodoka had been a young and somewhat wild girl. When she had met the handsome foreigner at her father's dojo, it was love at first sight. He had come in from England to study her father's fighting style and the two had soon begun a romance. He was strong, a talented martial artist, and those gray-blue eyes of his reminded her of a wolf's. His very personality was like that predator, strong, sure and so feral. However, John had a few quirks in which Nodoka had found odd. For one thing, He would never take her out on dates during nights of a full moon. He always seemed to be on edge whenever he came near anything that had silver in it. He'd always insist on plastic forks, knives and spoons if there were no chopsticks around. Furthermore, at times he would act as if he were some caged animal, pacing about, looking as if he were being watched. Despite his idiosyncrasies, Nodoka and John seemed fated to marry. Even her father had approved of him. He had come from a very good and wealthy family. Sadly though, that was not to be. 3 months after John had come into her life, a terrible accident took her beloved from her. A week before they were about to announce their betrothal to her family, John had been aboard a jetliner bound for London when it suddenly exploded in midair. All the passengers and crew had been killed. John's fiancée had become heartbroken at the news and had mourned for weeks. However, there was another matter that the distraught woman had to consider. A week before John had died, Nodoka had learned that she was pregnant. Even in modern Japan, many people still looked down on unmarried mothers and their bastard children. John's child would need a father. Nodoka's father had pulled in a few favors and contacted a clan, in which they had some ties with her family. With a large dowry being offered, it wasn't long before a suitor was found. The marriage was quickly arranged and she became Mrs. Genma Sodom. They had not told the Sodoms that Nodoka was already pregnant, and when Ranma was born, everyone naturally assumed that he was Genma and Nodoka's child. Only his mother and her family knew the real truth. As Genma's wife brought her thoughts back to the present, she wondered just what Ranma and Genma were doing now. She wasn't the only one. Somewhere in Japan, in the forests near Hiroshima, a feral figure raced through the forests with inhuman speed and agility. The deer it was chasing had no chance of escaping. Within seconds, the hunter had caught up to its prey and ended the chase, as it brought down a set of razor-sharp teeth and powerful jaws onto the deer's neck and twisted. The neck of the deer snapped in two, causing instant death, and the predator then settled down to eat its kill. The predator was unlike anything that could be found in nature. It seemed to resemble the timber wolves of Alaska, but larger, far larger. Its general form was bipedal, but was covered in dense, grayish fur with white highlights. Its form was powerfully built and steeped in magical energies. It sported a pair of loose, faded pants, and near the small of its back, protruded a thick bushy tail. Its head was shaped to that of a wolf's, but its eyes seemed to reflect a kind of human quality. The front limbs were lightly furred, and on each paw, or rather hand, it sported a set of wicked-looking claws. Its lower limbs had elongated feet that terminated into canine toes. Before setting down to dine on the deer that it had just killed, the beast let off a howl to the full moon above. This was a werewolf, and not just any werewolf. This was Ranma's biological father, John Talbane. Contrary to the reports, Talbane had not perished when that jetliner had exploded. Only the purity of silver or certain magical spells and attacks could fatally harm him. The curse of lycanthropy had been passed down throughout his family's bloodline since ancient times, making him a member of the old races. Another general term for him was Darkstalker. John had always felt out of place as a werewolf in modern times, but he and his family had gradually integrated into human society, keeping their lupine heritage a closely guarded family secret. The lycanthropy gene in their DNA was always carried over to the male members of their family tree, though it could also be passed through a bite. Due to this danger of accidental infection, all members of the Tallbane family that became werewolves were required to wear magical talismans to keep that part of their curse in check. The power that was granted to them through their wolf heritage made the Tallbanes extraordinary fighters, and many had taken up the martial arts. John had come to Nodoka's family to learn their techniques. It was there that he had met and fallen in love with the daughter of the dojo's master. He had been all set to marry her and reveal his family's secret. However, after the plane explosion, he knew that he could never see her again, without revealing to the world as to how he had survived. John later learned that Nodoka had married and had decided that it was for the best. Since then, he had been traveling the world, improving on his martial arts skills. As the wolfman dined on the freshly killed deer, his thoughts were of his lost love, and he began wondering just what their children would have been like. Hiroshima. Now get in there and learn the cat fist, Genma said as he shoved his son into the pit and covered the opening with a heavy lid. He looked about and nodded, as he detected no sign of anyone nearby. His decision to have the boy do the training at night seemed to be the best way to avoid any further entanglements with the law. He had already accumulated a sizable amount of outstanding warrants for breaking and entry, assault and petty theft. Half the cats in that pit had been family pets, in which Genma had, borrowed from nearby houses. 6-year-old Ranma plummeted to the bottom of the deep depression and landed hard on his rear. In an instant, he heard the yowling and hissing of dozens of hungry cats as they swarmed toward him like a school of piranha. The boy began screaming as sharp claws and teeth began ripping into his flesh. The felines had not been fed for over 2 weeks, and they would tear the boy to pieces in order to saute their hunger. The smell of fish drove them to sheer madness as the cats began piling onto the boy. Ranma screamed out in pain and horror as the felines continued to tear into him. Little by little, he began to feel his hold on reality slip away. He looked up at the lid, which covered the pit, and saw that a minute shaft of light was filtering through a crack. His arms reached out toward it, like a drowning man grasping at a life preserver. The light seemed so warm and inviting, and he felt himself drawn toward it as the cat smothered him in a sea of fur. Deep within the small boy, something had begun to stir. A reaction of both biological and magical properties had begun, as the tiny sliver of moonlight started to give the boy a newfound strength. The weight of the cats seemed to lessen, and he could no longer feel their claws and teeth biting into his skin. In fact, they had begun to shy away from him. The sensation within Ranma increased geometrically as a kind of rage toward the feline suddenly appeared. Then, it happened. Yay! Genma was startled off his perch on the lid when he heard that beastly howl and wondered just what was going on down in the pit. Then his blood went cold as he heard a feral snarl and the sounds of rending flesh and screeching cats. Then suddenly, the lid exploded into a shower of splinters as something shot out of the pit and bolted from the side. Genma shook his head to clear it and crawled toward the pit. His nose wrinkled as he smelled the waste in which the cats had accumulated from being starved. However, there was another scent that was even more overpowering. When he looked down with a flashlight into the pit, he felt a need to hurl. Scattered along the floor of the pit were the mauled remains of the cats. Not a single one of them was alive. Several of them had been torn into unidentifiable chunks. The entire pit had been converted into a slaughterhouse. However, the most important detail was that the catfist trainee was gone. Ranma? John Talbane lifted his head when his sensitive nose caught the scent of something. No, someone that was nearby. He also caught a few other scents that were overlapping the main one. He detected the odor of organic waste, some fish, feline fur and most importantly, blood. Then he began concentrating on the main scent and noted that his magical senses were also picking up something that was very similar to his own aura. That was when something burst into the clearing. Father and son confronted each other for the first time. The older werewolf immediately recognized the faint aura of Neko-ken as well as her scent on the feral child. He also detected some similarities in Ranma's personal aura as compared to his own. Was it possible? Then Talbane realized that there was no other explanation. After all, his werewolf gene would have been passed on to all of his male descendants, so therefore, this boy was his son. Ranma the werewolf crouched down low as he prepared to attack. He was only 3/10 the size of his opponent and John outmassed him by more than triple. However, with the emergence of his lupine heritage, the boy was running on pure instinct. His hybrid form was colored black with a few silver highlights to the face, ears, hands and feet. A bushy tail had sprouted and was hanging over the pants waistband. His GI top had several shred marks and was close to bursting at the seams, due to the added muscle mass. However, there were still some tufts of baby fur near his ears and cheeks, like a newborn puppy. He would not be fully defined until his teens. His enhanced hearing and sense of smell were on the alert. His night vision was excellent, and though he didn't have the raw power or skill of his sire, his hybrid form strong enough to rip a normal adult to pieces. He continued to growl and snarl at his father as he was unsure what to do. John Talbane decided to take a neutral posture as he extended one arm in a non-threatening manner. Then he uttered one word. Son? To be continued. Chapter 2 Chapter 1 Wild Spirit the Beast Within Disclaimer. I tried getting out, but they keep pulling me back in. Darkstalkers, Helsing and Ranma one half belong to their own respective creators. Thoughts. Chapter 1 Wild Spirit, aka Indio. I love you. This one's for you. Go out with me. Wham. Bam. Crash. KPOWIE. WHOMP. Crunch. Nabiki Tenbo sighed as she and the rest of the crowds watched her younger sister plow through the usual morning mobs. This was the 17th time since Kuno had made that ridiculous speech about defeating Akan in order to date her. Just who did that pompous one-ape samurai think he was? Everybody knew that he was an idiot. So what did that make all the boys who followed that decree? Was it that forbidden fruit aspect, or were they all into masochism? Of course, all this action on Akan did nothing but boost her own ego. Though she kept on saying that she hated boys, Nabiki could tell that her sibling enjoyed being the center of attention, plus showing off her skills as a true martial artist. However, to all those watching, it was simply a series of unorganized brawls. That was the only reason why Akan could hold out against so many. That and the fact that Kuno always held back. All the other girls at school found themselves without any prospects for Friday and Saturday nights. Every boy was after Nabiki's sister, and this had caused many to resent her. One simple wish shared by all was to meet someone who wasn't interested in that violent maniac. As if by magic, their wish was answered as a stranger came in view as he approached the school. He was about 5'10" and had a build that was like a well-trained gymnast's. He wore a pair of blue jeans, high tops, black shirt and matching black leather jacket. Over his forehead was a red headband with the symbol of yin/yang imprinted over the black silhouette of a wolf. His raven black hair was long and reached down to his mid-back. It was loosely tied up in a long ponytail, and if one looked closely enough, one could see a streak of silver running down its length. His eyes were colored the most interesting shade of blue, as if resembling that of a wolf's. Over his shoulder was a book bag. The newcomer casually disregarded the chaos that was occurring in the schoolyard as he simply walked toward the front doors. However, just as he was halfway across the schoolyard, a couple of dimwits who were part of the Akan Lovers Club decided to attack the student on the basis that he might become competition. Go figure. But then again, these dopes aren't famous for their collective IQ ratings. However, just as they began charging him, the newcomer simply let off a low growl, then reacted. His two assailants didn't even know what hit them as they were sent sailing backward. They collided into another part of the mob, flattening them and sending them all into unconsciousness. This immediately caught everyone else's attention as the stranger stood in a ready form with his right hand thrust out with fingers curled like claws. Then he simply said, "Wolf Fang Fist." Then he lowered his hand and continued walking forward. However, this affront was not going to go unpunished. The other members of Team Hand had decided to momentarily hold off their assault on Akan and charge toward the outsider. This would prove to be a big mistake as the person growled again, as he dropped his book bag. Wolf bares his fangs against pack of jackals. The horde of Ranma was then introduced to a new level of pain. Moving with a kind of speed and agility that could only be described as inhuman, the stranger began taking his attackers apart. Using techniques that resembled Kung Fu and Wushu, yet mixing in various other styles including Kempo, Jeet Kune Do, Karate, Jiu-Jitsu, American boxing, and some very mean street fighting moves, the new guy tore through the relatively unorganized ranks like he was shredding tissue paper. Even the so-called best martial artist in Mirima found herself in a state of shock at the brutal display. She was also a bit ticked off at being suddenly ignored. After knocking out the majority of the mobs in far less time than Neko-ken could have ever done, the newcomer was bathed in a bright flash of light as his aura flared and surrounded him. In one fast charge, he let off a shrill howl that sounded like a wolf's and shot forward like a comet. The remaining attackers went down like bowling pins. When the carnage was over, the stranger stood alone on a landscape of bruised and moaning figures. He gave his opponents a nod, picked up his book bag, and then casually resumed his walk toward the front doors. "Hey you!" The fighter stopped, but didn't turn around at the sound of Neko-ken's indignant voice. "Hey! I'm talking to you." The object of Neko-ken's temper shrugged as he turned around to face an extremely short-tempered daughter of Suntendo. The young warrior's expression did not change as he replied in a simple tone. "Yes? That was my fight, you jerk. Stupid boy. He's probably a pervert like all the others." She glared up at him, ready to pound him into the pavement at the slightest provocation. The newcomer glared down at Neko-ken for a while, not saying anything, then decided that she wasn't worth wasting time on. Without a single word, he simply turned his back to her and continued on his way. "Hey! Don't you turn your back on me." Neko-ken was getting even more steamed. First this jerk interferes in her fight, then he had the nerve to ignore her. She was just about to go up and throw a punch at his head, but that was when a wooden sword was suddenly thrust out in front of the newcomer, blocking his path. The stranger growled at being stopped, then looked over to one side to see someone who looked slightly older than he was, dressed in samurai robes and holding a book that was blocking his way. "Hold, knave." The stranger said nothing as he waited for the pompous person to step out from his place behind a tree. "How dare you not give the beauteous Suntendo your full attention? I shall not allow this insult to go unpunished. As heaven is my witness, I shall skip it." The fighter growled. "What?" The stranger took a more dangerous, fearful look as he dropped his book bag to the ground. "I said, skip it. I didn't feel like talking to her, and I sure as hell don't feel like listening to your babble. You want to fight? Then do so. Otherwise, stop wasting my time. I don't want to come in late on my first day." "As you wish." The haughty person with the stick said as he stepped out and backed off a bit to give himself a wide berth from the fool that dared to challenge him. "But is it not customary to give one's own name first?" Very well then. Mine I will give. He took on a dramatic pose. I am the captain of this school's kendo club. The rising new star of the high school fencing world. My name causes fear in all those who oppose me. I am WHOMP. Cakewalkie Kuno doubled over when his opponent suddenly blurred forward and slammed a fist into his solar plexus. This drove the breath out of him, and before he could recover, the fighter then spun about and landed a hard back fist to the jaw, sending him flying backward at least a dozen feet. Kuno gagged and coughed a bit as he glared up at him. Hack! How dare you strike so? I already said that I didn't want to hear your babbling. The wolf warrior growled. Talk's cheap and it's a distraction. Do it after you've beaten your opponent. With those words, he went into a kind of hunched-over stance, like a beast that was ready to spring. Kuno smirked as he assumed that the newcomer had only gotten in a lucky strike, since he attacked so cowardly. He got up and assumed a ready stance with his sword held out. Very well, girl. Since you are too crude to appreciate the fine art of verbal introduction, I shall instead introduce you to the power that is the blue thunder. Like the fury of heaven, I shall. Left parenthesis wham said left parenthesis bang talk. WHOMP after. Wham the left parenthesis wham fight. WHAMMO. The Kendus was sent flying back once again as the wolf warrior let loose with another series of attacks that were almost too fast for the human eye to follow. From her window on the second floor, Nabiki watched the stranger with interest. It was clear to her that he wasn't using anywhere near his full strength against his opponent, considering how easily he took out Akan's admirers. His style was brutal, yet extremely efficient. He didn't mince words, he got straight to the point. She sighed as she watched Kuno stubbornly get back on his feet. I guess all those hits from Akan must have made Kuno baby more resistant to pain than usual. Then again, it's not like there's anything to damage when you hit his head. I fight. On. Kuno gasped, as he was barely conscious. His opponent, however, snorted as he replied. Not after this. Wolf pack attack. To everyone's astonishment, the newcomer blurred forward and circled his adversary, raining high-speed punches, kicks and swipes. Kuno's body jerked and twitched as each hit struck home. After images of the stranger appeared about the keynoteist and some spectators could swear that they were seeing ghostly images of wolves staring into Kuno. As quickly as the attack had begun, it ended as the outsider finished off the technique with an uppercut. This sent Kuno flying and slammed him against the tree that he had been hiding behind. He slumped down into unconsciousness. His entire body had bruises and small cuts, as if a wild beast had decided to make him its scratching post. His robes were torn and had holes like Swiss cheese. His booking was not just a pile of kindling. The wolf fighter nodded as he picked up his book bag again and headed toward the front doors of the school. When he neared the crowds, everyone backed off, giving him a wide berth. Akan stood in total disbelief. That boy had taken Kuno apart like he was nothing. No way. Nobody could be that good. He couldn't be. Then another thought entered her head, which she quickly began denying. No. He can't be better than me. It was then that it started raining as the late bell sounded. Somewhere else, in their rented apartment, Johnny Talbane, 3, wondered just how his son was doing during his first day at school. Well, class, I'd like you all to meet a new student at Rankin High. He and his father had just recently come from England. I'd like to introduce our newest foreign exchange student, Matthew Talbane. For the son of Nodoka, and John nodded as he waved to his classmates. Near the back, Akan glared at the wolf fighter. She became a bit disgusted at the other girls in her homeroom as they looked on the newcomer with longing expressions. He was just a boy and all boys were perverts. What was so interesting about him? The teacher instructed him to take a seat, which was in front of Akan and to the left. As he sat down at his desk, his animal instincts were alerting him that hostile emotions were being directed at him. However, the danger levels that they represented were of no consequence to him, so he simply ignored them. Later on, as always, Nebiki wanted to get the scoop on all the new people at Furinken. A foreign exchange student usually generated interest among the student body. She turned to one of her lackeys, who had a file in her hands. Okay, give me the lowdown on this Matthew Talbane. Yuka nodded as she read the file. He's from England, but it says here that he's part Japanese on his mother's side. Mother's name is unknown. He's been in America, and a few other places with his father, Johnny Talbane. He's won quite a few junior division martial arts tournaments before he was 12, including karate, kung fu, and taekwondo. He's here on a special visa to learn about his Japanese heritage. And that's about it, Yuka said as she closed the folder. That's it. That's all you could dig up on him. Yuka shrugged. There wasn't much in the school records that I could get a hold of. There's got to be more. Yuka shook her head. Well, there isn't. The usual information sources didn't have that much to add about him. He's had no run-ins with the law. There isn't anything in terms of dirt about him, or anything else. He's clean as far as I can tell. Nebiki didn't buy it. Everyone had secrets. After seeing the display of fighting prowess this morning, she knew that Matthew represented some definite possibilities. The fact that he was not interested in Akan in the slightest was also a bonus. Meanwhile, at the Tendo dojo, soon Tendo became ecstatic as he held a message that he had received a few days ago. It was from his dear old friend and training colleague, Genma. On the postcard were the words, "Bringing Ranma in a few days." The Tendo patriarch had just received a phone call from his old friend and had been told that Genma and his son would arrive sometime tomorrow. He couldn't wait. Soon the pledge to unite the schools of the Anything Goes would be fulfilled. Noon. Matthew sighed as he ate his lunch. Though several girls had approached him during the lunch hour, and many had asked if he was free tonight, he had to turn them all down. Though his father did encourage his son to make friends, the next 3 nights was not a good time to do so. It was the time of the full moon. As he continued to weep, he didn't notice that a certain someone was still a bit miffed at his interference this morning. Akan snorted a bit as she glared at the wolf warrior. Beside her was Nebiki. HMPF. Just look at that womanizing pervert. Nebiki shook her head. Oh, come on now, Akan. Just because a few girls have been trying to ask him out on a date, doesn't automatically make him a pervert. HMPF. All boys are perverts. I bet he can't wait to get into their panties. Are you sure that you're not just jealous of all the attention he's getting? Akan's sister suggested in a slightly teasing tone. She knew that Akan liked to be the center of attention, despite her hatred of boys. Due to Kuno's idiotic declaration, nearly all the boys in school were after her. It had been refreshing to see Matthew flatly disregard her spoiled little sister. HMPF. What's there for me to be jealous of? He just got lucky against Kuno. I could beat him. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Akan. Nebiki warned. He took out Kuno like he was nothing. From what I've been able to dig up about him, he's won several junior martial arts tournaments. So he's won a few contests. Big deal. That doesn't mean anything against a true martial artist. I can still beat him. I'm best fighter in Mirima. Nebiki sighed. All of those battles with the horde of Randa and Kuno had done nothing but feed Akan's ego, making her feel unbeatable. A part of the middle sister wanted to see Akan meet her match and maybe take her down a few pegs, and she had a feeling that Matthew just might be the one to do it. As school ended and the sun began to set, Matthew hurried home. He didn't want to be caught outside when the full moon appeared. Normally, he had full control over his bestial tendencies, but under the light of the full moon, the beast within would emerge. As the sky began to grow dark, his pace quickened. Then suddenly, he heard a gunshot in the distance. Though he was more than 8 blocks away, his sensitive hearing picked up the noise as if he were right there. Though he knew that he had to get home, his curiosity got the better of him and he went to investigate. Leaping upwards to a rooftop more than 35 feet above the street, Matthew began racing towards the disturbance. In 10 minutes, a man in combat uniform barked as he directed a group of armed men into a warehouse near the harbor. Among the group was a slender blonde girl of about 19 years of age. Unlike her comrades, she was dressed in a kind of blue uniform with a skirt that showed off her legs. However, what was most intriguing about her was that her eyes were colored blood red, and that she was hefting a weapon that outweighed her by 40 pounds. It resembled a miniature field artillery piece, though the girl was handling it as if it weighed less than nothing. "Sir, I'm going to take point with the C team," Sirius Victoria declared as she saluted her commanding officer. The older man nodded. "Take care, Victoria. Initial reports say that there are at least 40 or so ghouls inside. And who knows how many more victims that need to be taken care of. Sears nodded. Though she was now a vampire, she still felt sorry for those who were infected by the neo-bloodsuckers, who had been appearing lately. The victims could not be saved, and the only thing she could offer was eternal peace by destroying them. That was one of the downsides of being part of the Hellsing organization. Matthew bounded from rooftop to rooftop, straining a bit to hold in his inner nature, as the full moon was about to make its regular rise into the sky. His sensitive sense of smell then picked up the stagnant odor of spilled blood, and he knew that he was getting close. As he caught sight of the warehouse, his night vision came into play. He then went through an open window on the opposite side to where the Hellsing operatives were entering. Landing on an upper tier, he looked about and tensed up. Up there, someone shouted as he saw a dark shadow racing above them. Just as they were about to open fire, a series of inhuman shouts were heard and several figures appeared from various hiding places behind some crates. The Hellsing operatives soon found themselves surrounded by a horde of ghouls. The monsters then began attacking them. The entire warehouse became a bloody battlefield as gunfire resonated throughout the building. Many of ghouls were cut down in seconds, but more kept on coming as the human fighters found themselves boxed in. Sears gritted her slightly fanged teeth as she fired off several rounds of her weapon, reducing several of the walking corpses into ash. The heavy smell of blood was making her vampire tendencies grow even stronger, and she hoped that this would end soon, before she gave in to those urges. However, the team was being pushed back and was about to be overwhelmed. Then she heard a most blood-curdling howl as a dark shadow dropped in from above and tore into the ranks of their undead adversaries. Matthew's bestial nature could no longer be denied as he saw the ghouls attack the humans. Leaping down from the rafters, his ki exploded forth as he landed and charged forward. Using his father's signature move, the Beast Cannon, he reduced several of the animated cadavers into piles of rotting body parts. Then, reaching behind his back, he withdrew a pair of nunchakus that had been stored on a secret holster. Swinging it about, he spilled open several of the ghouls' heads like rotten melons. Using all of the combat skills learned from his father, the son of John Talbane gave the Hellsing fighters the reprieve they needed, and the tide of battle turned. In 2 minutes, the gunfire ceased as the last of the undead opposition was dispatched. Then their guns were trained on their unexpected savior. As he still was partially obscured from sight, due to a large shadow being cast by a pile of crates, Matthew knew that he could not hold off his animalistic transformation for much longer. Holding an arm up to cover his face, he spoke to the humans in a low, guttural voice. "Please, go now. I have no desire for you to remain here." "Who are you?" Sears demanded as she held out her weapon. At that moment, she felt a bit of a chill as another shadow behind her started to rise. She glanced over her shoulder and nodded as she knew just what, or rather who, had just arrived. "Master." The vampire known as Alucard nodded, as he became fully visible. As always, he was dressed in his standard garb of a red trench coat, vest, dress pants, hat and circular orange shades. He grinned at Matthew, showing off prominent canines. Well, well, well. And who might you be, stranger? The bloodsucker inquired. None of your business. Vampire. Matthew growled. He knew all about vampires. His father had told him about his own encounters with a certain fanged noble, named Dmitri Maximov. Well now, you seem to have me at a disadvantage, Alucard remarked. You know what I am, but I still do not know what you are. Why don't you come into the light and let me see you? Matthew decided that there was no use of hiding any longer. The full moon had reached its zenith, and the transformation was beginning. Very well, but I warn you. Don't get any ideas. You wouldn't want to drink my blood. Matthew then stepped into the light and let his transformation occur. The Helsing group became shocked, as Matthew became taller and furry. His face extended forward to form a wolf-like head with very sharp fangs. His body became more muscular and his hands became clawed. A bushy black tail sprouted from the small of his back and his feet also became clawed. His clothes shredded themselves, leaving him dressed only in his loose-fitting pants. When the transformation completed itself, what stood in Matthew's place was a 6'3" tall werewolf, covered in black fur with silver highlights. Alucard gazed on the now transformed fighter for a long while, then nodded. You were right. I wouldn't want to drink your blood. Vampires never did care for the taste of werewolves. When several of the Helsing fighters were about to open fire, the vampire waved them off. Let him go, master, Sears asked. He was not part of the ghouls, and he has committed no crime here, police girl. Alucard said, then turned to Matthew. You look familiar, werewolf. You bear a striking resemblance to a man I once knew. His name was John Talbane. Are you related to him, by any chance? You knew my father? Matthew said in surprise. Ah, so you are his son, eh? I should have guessed. At that moment, police sirens were heard in the distance. Matthew took the opportunity to bound up towards an open window and escape. At the same time, the Helsing operatives began the process of cleaning up and covering up the incident. Later that night, at Helsing headquarters. Talbane, are you certain, Alucard? Certain Tegra asked as she had just finished with the debriefing with the vampire. The young one admitted that he was the son of my old acquaintance. The vampire reported. It was just a few weeks after you had awakened me. I had a little skirmish in Transylvania with another true vampire named Maximov. Integra nodded as the Helsing organization had extensive files on all known Darkstalkers. I thought that the last of the Talbane line had died 16 years ago. Now you should know better, Sir Integra. The bloodsucker reminded. It would take more than an exploding plane to destroy a werewolf, and the Talbane line is among the strongest of all lycanthrope clans. So, should we consider him and his son as the enemy? Alucard paused for a moment, then replied, "As far as I know, the Talbane family has never violated any human laws, though I would suggest that we keep them under surveillance. Most likely, whoever had begun creating ghouls in Japan may hold a bit of a grudge against the actions of John's son. Speaking of whom, you're late, son," the elder werewolf said as he watched his offspring enter their apartment through an open skylight. "I couldn't help it, Dad," Matthew replied. "I ran into some trouble. You can tell me about it along the way. Oh yes, you also forgot to take this." He held up a small pendant that was gold-colored and was shaped like a wolf's head. "Did you bite anyone?" "No," his son replied as he took the pendant and hung it around his neck. "I ran into some ghouls and a vampire, but I don't think they'd be affected if I did bite them." John gazed upon his son for a long time, then nodded. "As I said before, you tell me about it later. Now come." The younger wolf fighter nodded as he followed his sire out into the night. Of all the training sessions that he had undergone since reuniting with his true father, this was his favorite time of the month. Under the light of the full moon, his powers were at their peak, and he was allowed to fully cut loose. He gave the small amulet around his neck a reassuring squeeze as he and his father raced across the rooftops, sometimes clearing them in just one leap. Helsing headquarters in Tokyo. "Master, who was he?" Ceres asked as she sat down to consume her nightly meal, which consisted of a bowl of typo blood. Though she was still somewhat squeamish about drinking blood, she had recently accepted the fact that she needed it, or else her powers and abilities would diminish. Beside her, Alucard replied, "I've never met that particular werewolf before tonight, but I am very familiar with his father, John Talbane. He was a great fighter and he was a good ally against another vampire that I had encountered." "Another vampire?" Ceres inquired. "Not like the cheap freak vampires we've been dealing with. Dmitry Maximoff was one of the last of the vampire nobles." "Vampire nobles?" "Yes. He was quite formidable. However, with some help from Talbane, I eventually triumphed over him. I haven't seen Maximoff since then. In a forest near the outskirts of Tokyo." "Dad, did you ever meet up with any other vampires, besides Maximoff?" Matthew asked as he threw several slashes and punches at his father. "A few," John replied as he countered his son's attacks. "Before I found you, I do remember a vampire by the name of Alucard. He was powerful, and he and I formed a temporary alliance during my last encounter with the vampire noble Maximoff. From what I learned, he was in the service of a human organization called Helsing. Why do you ask?" "The vampire I met tonight said that he knew. He also had another vampire with him. It was a girl." John thought for a moment, then said, "I don't recall Alucard ever mentioning that he had any offspring. Most likely that girl was transformed and is now his apprentice or lover. He turned her into a vampire. Before you judge him, son, let me tell you that Alucard does not turn just anyone into a vampire. He's got a very high, though somewhat skewed code of honor. He also serves a human group, though I'm not certain why. Usually, when people become vampires by his bite, it is of their own free will. So, you're saying that she chose to be one? It's a possibility. The two continued to exchange punches and kicks as the training continued. Tokyo Bay. A lone figure stood at one of the piers and looked up at the full moon. He wore an elaborate outfit which seemed to date back during the Middle Ages. He was garbed in a fancy vest with blood-red lapels and dark matching pants. His sleeves were ruffled at the cuffs and over his shoulders was a dark, ebony cape. His face resembled that of the European aristocrats, but his hair was slicked back to a point and his eyes reflected an inhuman cruelty. At last, after 10 years, I shall finally have my revenge on the two who had defeated me. John Taldane. Alucard. I am coming for you. But first, I must feed. An eerie fog suddenly washed over the waters as Dmitry Maximov suddenly disappeared from sight. A moment later, the sound of leathery wings was heard as a large bat flew toward the city. The Tendo residence. A little later, Kasumi awoke with a start as she had suddenly felt a chill run through her very being. She looked about and saw that there was nothing out of the ordinary. Then she decided to look out her open window. Standing on a rooftop opposite from the Tendo home, Dmitry smiled as he used his hypnotic gaze to entrance the young woman in the window. It was time to satisfy his hunger. As soon as he had made eye contact with Soon's daughter, he asserted his will over her. He encountered some formidable mental resistance, which was a bit surprising as Kasumi seemed so innocent and unassuming. However, he would not be denied and she eventually fell beneath his spell. He smiled, displaying oversized canines as he watched Kasumi leave her room. Kasumi's soul screamed in silence as her body moved as if it was being controlled by someone else, which in fact it was. She had just glanced out the window and saw a dark figure standing on a rooftop opposite to hers, and she suddenly felt as if someone's hands were forcefully guiding her arms and legs. She tried to resist, but the presence was overwhelming and she soon found herself moving as if sleepwalking, yet she was wide awake. Her mind had become separated from the controls of her body and was only coming along for the ride. The eldest daughter of Sun Tendo tried to find her voice, to awaken her family, but her throat felt as if it was weighted down and being choked. Her vocal cords were as paralyzed as her will to resist. Her body was rebelling and she had no way of stopping it. She saw herself walking down the stairs and heading out toward the door and she had no idea why, except for the feeling that if she went out, she would never be able to return. That was a good workout, son, John remarked as he and his offspring was heading back to their apartment via hopping rooftops. Matthew nodded. Yeah. Hey Dad. Yes? Do you think we could see Mom? The older werewolf felt a pang of regret as he thought about Neko-ken, whom he hadn't seen in over 16 years. He had missed her terribly, and only the company of his son had eased his loneliness over the last decade. He gave off a long sigh and shook his head. "I'd love to see her again, even more than you want to. However, I can't. It would be too difficult to explain to her how I survived that plane explosion, without telling her about our family's secret. As far as everyone is concerned, John Talbane died long ago." Matthew became very disappointed. For some time now, he had been despairing over the fact that he may never be able to see his mother again. The very gift that gave his family power was also a curse. Suddenly, his father stopped in his tracks as his ears perked up and his nostrils began flaring. He looked about as his enhanced senses began pinpointing the source of the disturbance. In addition to his acute senses of smell, taste, hearing and night vision, Matthew's father also possessed an affinity for detecting things of a supernatural nature. What he was sensing now made him tremble slightly. It was an evil presence that he had not felt in over 10 years. "Dad?" Motioning for his offspring to follow him, John bounded off in a new direction. Kasumi now found herself walking out in the moonlight as she passed the outer wall of the Tendo compound. She felt as if her entire body did not belong to her as it continued to move on its own. Her inner self continued to scream in protest, but she was still unable to stop herself. Finally, she stood in the middle of the darkened street, barefoot and in her nightgown, as if waiting for something or someone. Dmitri smiled as he gazed upon his intended victim. The girl had shown remarkably strong will, and it had taken a while for her to succumb to his spell of entrancement. However, now that she was far enough away from anyone who could possibly interfere, it was time for the vampire lord to feast. The fanged noble ran his tongue across one of his enlarged canines in anticipation. Soon Tendo's daughter radiated pure innocence, and that made the blood in her veins even more delectable. In a cloud of mist, the bloodsucker disappeared from the rooftop, only to reappear a dozen feet from where Kasumi stood. To her, he appeared as if he was completely composed of shadows, except for his two glowing red eyes. With slow measured steps, he approached her. His dark cape lofted behind him as he towered over the slender girl. When he stood before her, he raised one arm and let it encircle her, along with one side of his cape. Drawing her against his chest, Kasumi's head tilted to one side, exposing her white throat. Lowering his fangs toward her neck, his hot breath warmed her pale skin. As he was about to pierce at that moment, an eerie howl was heard, causing Dmitri to be distracted and lose control of his hold over Kasumi. The girl began to stir from her semi-conscious state. He looked up at a nearby rooftop and saw him. "You!" the vampire cried out as he recognized his old enemy. "It's been quite a while, bloodsucker." Talbon growled as he jumped down from the roof to land some 20 meters from him and his intended victim. Holding Kasumi in a very powerful grip, Dmitri faced off against the head of the Talbane clan. "You dare to interrupt me during my supper? We still have a score to settle," Vampire. Let her go. Talbane growled as he reached behind him and took out his nunchakus. Swinging it about in a casual way, he took a stance with his weapon held out before him. Dmitri smiled as he gazed upon his adversary. Indeed, we do have some unfinished business. That was the reason why I came to Japan. I still must pay you and that traitor Alucard back for that time 10 years ago. First, I'll have a little bite and then we shall begin. By that time, Kasumi had gained full control of her body and let off a scream. Just as Dmitri was about to sink his fangs into her neck, a black blur suddenly shot forward from the shadows, and slammed a foot into the bloodsucker's head. The surprise attack knocked the vampire off balance and made him lose his hold on Kasumi. As Dmitri was sent flying back, Kasumi's legs came out from under her, weak from just being released from the Fanged Noble's spell. However, a pair of muscular, furry arms caught her before she hit the pavement. Furry. When she looked up to gaze upon the face of her savior, she let off a gasp. Finally the strain of what was occurring overwhelmed her and she fainted. It was just as well that she was no longer conscious as two Darkstalkers began attacking each other, while the third watched. Dmitri let off an enraged shout as he suddenly levitated high above the street and let loose with a fireball. Chaos flare. However, John was long since experienced with such techniques and dodged the blast. Charging up his own inner power, he retaliated with a somersault kick, his foot glowing with a blue light. Climb razor. The kick connected with the vampire's chin, knocking him down as the werewolf charged forward like a comet, letting off a blood-curdling howl. Dmitri was slammed down as John's beast cannon caught him in midair. The vampire grunted a bit as he got back to his feet. Panting slightly, he glared at his opponent. You will pay for that, Talbane. I doubt it. John gritted as he twirled his nunchakus. Both he and his son carried the chain batons, and both weapons had undergone several mystic enchantments to deal with supernatural adversaries. Both fighters then began exchanging blows with each other at speeds that could only be described as inhuman. However, Talbane was the more seasoned battler when it came to close combat. Several hits from his nunchakus managed to land and this forced Dmitri to back off. The bloodsucker hissed as he noted that several burn marks were appearing on his skin. The blessed wit of the nunchakus was having an effect on him. Dmitri glanced over to where Matthew was standing, then addressed his old nemesis. I do not know who he is, Talbane, but both you and he will not be able to stand up against me. You do not have that filthy traitor Alucard to help you this time. I don't need Alucard this time tonight, John said simply as he then put his weapon away. And why not? Dmitri inquired, thinking Talbane as a fool. The werewolf shrugged. Because, unlike vampires, we werewolves are not afraid of the sunrise. The vampire lord's eyes widened as he saw the first rays of the morning sun begin to peek over the horizon. He realized that in his desire to destroy Talbane, he had forgotten the fact that sunrise came much earlier in Japan, than in Transylvania. We shall meet again, Talbane. Dmitri instantly transformed as a bat and flew off. Matthew was about to chase after the winged rat, but his father called out to him. Let him go, son. Huh? We had more important things to take of. The elder werewolf wandered to the girl in his son's arms. Morning Kasumi awoke in her bedroom and shook her head, as if awakening from a long nightmare. One hand immediately went to her throat and she let off a sigh of relief, as she felt nothing. Looked about and noted that her room was exactly the way it was the previous night. However, just as she was about to dismiss the entire ordeal as a bad dream, she noticed that something was hanging on her windowsill. She got up and walked over to it. Reaching out with her right hand, she plucked a small piece of black fur which looked like it had belonged to a dog or a wolf. To be continued. While working on Catfist Fury, I got inspired to write a bit more of this fic. Also after playing Marvel vs. Capcom to mind you, this is only an idea so please, don't expect it to be updated regularly. Yes, that was John's infamous beast cannon move, which he had taught to his son during their travels together. It's even more powerful in hybrid form. I liked this attack name when I read about it in Greg Sharp's fix. Basically, it's a combination of cologne-splitting cat hairs technique, coupled with the chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Ouch. Well, what do you expect? John Talbane is considered dead, so the werewolf had to forge a new identity and a slight name change so there wouldn't be a connection. Not being from Japan, it made sense that John would give his son a non-Japanese first name, and the middle name was something Ranma had decided for himself. Naturally the term wild horse doesn't suit him. In any case, I thought that I could try a new approach, instead of using the obvious first name of Okamai, Wild Wolf. Now some people are probably wondering how Ranma/Matthew could so easily accept his condition and not consider himself as a freak. Well, John Talbane is a more understanding and sympathetic father figure than Genma was. Back in the original series, Genma was indifferent to his son's problems and suffering, especially when it concerned Jews and Kyo. In fact, several times, he had used his son's curse to further his own greed, the Miss Martial Arts takeout, manga version, the Piccolo Shardin affair, etc. To Genma, his son was a meal ticket, to bargain with so he could get something without earning it. With John Talbane, Ranma grew up with someone who also possessed the curse of lycanthropy, and therefore had someone who understood and supported him. With Genma, Ranma had to deal with his own problems and the ones that Genma had caused. With John, Ranma doesn't have to shoulder the entire burden. Chapter 3 Chapter 2 Bloodlines The Beast Within Disclaimer Ranma 1/2 Darkstalkers Helsing and any other characters depicted in this work of fiction belong to their own respective creators. Thoughts Chapter 2 Bloodlines Now Talbane, I shall smite you for your previous insult. ERK. ACK. GRAGH. I told you before, Kuno. I don't care to hear your stupid voice," the wolf warrior stated plainly as he continued to walk toward his first class. Behind him, the so-called Blue Thunder was having some difficulty trying to pull out his book, and after his would-be target had shoved its entire length down his throat, it wasn't long before his face began to turn as blue as his robes. The heir to the tall Bane line sighed as he entered his oh-so-boring English class. Like he needed to know how to read, write and speak that language after spending much of his life in England and America. Most of the time during this period, he would simply look out the window and daydream. As he sat down at his desk, his thoughts went back to the events of 3 nights ago. The appearance of 2 vampires in Tokyo was cause for concern, but neither one of them had been seen since that night. There hadn't been any news of anyone with their blood drained. Either the 2 bloodsuckers were fasting or their activities had not been detected as of yet. At that moment, a familiar hot-headed daughter of Suntendo came stomping into the classroom. She gave every boy in the room, and especially Matthew, a murderous glare before sitting down at her desk in a huff. Several of the students that were sitting near her became a bit nervous in their seats. It was normal for her to come in a little late due to her morning fights with the horde of Randa and Kuno, but the former Sodom thought that she'd be in early due to the fact that Kuno was probably still busy with trying to remove his book, and just then, his sensitive hearing picked up a conversation between Akan and one of her friends Yuka. "Geez, Akan, you didn't have to go overboard with them. Kuno isn't even there," Akan growled, as she didn't respond to her friend and thought even darker thoughts of what to do against any boy who approached her today. She was in a very bad mood and had stomped her admirers extra hard this morning. She had been more than willing to break Kuno in two, but waiting for him to appear had caused her to be late. Sheesh. What's her problem? Matthew wondered as he continued to think about what fate had in store for him and his father. Helsing headquarters in Japan. Are you certain that this is all the data about the Talbane family? Integra asked of her faithful aide. Ever since the Helsing organization had faced near total collapse during the Incognito incident, 1. The heir to the world's most ancient order of vampire hunters had been working non-stop to rebuild her ancestors' work. However, now the Helsing organization was no longer limited to protecting just the British Empire. Due to the increasing number of freak vampires that were appearing worldwide, plus the reported appearance of the vampire noble Demetri Maximoff, the newly resurrected Helsing organization was becoming a global network. Walter nodded as he gave his mistress a slight bow. Yes, Sir Integra. Currently there are only 2 known members of that werewolf clan, namely John Talbane and his son Matthew. The younger lycanthrope had been born under the name of Ranma Sodom, and his so-called father Genma is currently wanted for several hundred cases of petty theft, breaking and entering and several other minor crimes. He is supposedly a master of the anything-goes martial arts, and he is currently living at the Tendo Dojo with. I am not interested in the history of a common thief. Integral gates cut off. The fact that there have been numerous reports of freak vampires in Japan is what concerns me. I am certain that they are connected with the ones we had faced in England. We have been able to cover up these incidents and kept the general population ignorant of these attacks so far, but now that there is a true vampire noble in the vicinity, the stakes have gotten higher. Helsing is just starting to recover from its losses and we are not yet at our full original strength. We may need the aid of the Tallbane werewolves in order to fight this new outbreak, and especially Maximus. The Tallbanes are a very powerful lycanthrope family, according to Alucard. Their help could tip the odds in our favor. Later that day. Hey there. How's it going? As the students began filtering out of the school for the day, Matthew turned about to the person who had called out to him. He was a bit surprised to come face to face with Akan's sister. Nabiki gave Tallbane her best smile as her eyes assessed the tall teen before her. He definitely wasn't starving, and there was something about his presence that seemed so feral. He emitted a kind of subtle, yet strong animal magnetism about him, and the Middleton daughter wasn't the first to notice it. Several other girls, all of which had no date prospects to speak of during the weekends, because of the morning fights to date her sister, had been trying to get close to him as well. We haven't been properly introduced. I'm Nabiki Tendo, and though I'm a few days late, I'd like to officially welcome you to Furinken High. I can tell that you're going to fit in perfectly here. Ooh, thanks. Matthew replied with a shrug of his shoulders, then turned to head home. Well, it was nice meeting you, and hold on. She placed a hand on his right shoulder and momentarily noted how firm and muscular it was. It wasn't bulky or as broad as a weightlifter's, but it hinted at great inner power, just waiting to be unleashed. The short-haired girl immediately removed her hand as she realized it was lingering too long and composed herself. You're in no hurry to get home, are you? No, I'm not. Since the full moon would not occur for another 28 days, John Tallbane's son didn't have much to worry about. Good. Then you won't mind if I walk home with you. Maybe I can show you around our neighborhood. You're heading toward the west side of the Nirima district, right? How did you know? Nabiki smiled again as she and Matthew began walking in that direction. I've seen you head that way after school every day. Or rather, her flunkies had seen him head that way. I guess it's just coincidence that my home is in the same direction. Though he had heard rumors about the so-called Ice Queen of Furinken and her mercenary ways, the former Sodom decided that it wouldn't hurt to have her walk with him for a while. Making friends was hard as he and his father traveled abroad frequently. With a shrug of his shoulders, and a slight nod of his head, he began heading toward a nearby soda shop to get something to drink before going home. Sure. Why not? And to repay for your kindness and hospitality, how about I treat you to a root beer float? He offered one arm out to her. Nabiki smiled and nodded. This would be a good opportunity to learn more about him. Also, This was the absolute first time a boy had asked to treat her to anything without being coerced into doing so. In a way, his simple invitation had asserted her self-confidence as a female. Lately, every boy in school was after her little sister, and money was poor company on those lonely Saturday nights. She could go on shopping sprees, but what was the point of buying beautiful clothes if there was no one to impress them with other than her family? It also didn't hurt that Matthew was cute in a kind of lupine way. His eyes reminded her of a wolf's, and she found herself unable to keep her gaze from going back to those blue-gray depths. Slowly, she took his offered arm and in a slightly shy fashion, though she wouldn't admit it to anyone, moved closer to him. Several girls who saw Nebiki latching onto Matthew's arm gave her cold and jealous glares. Gossiping and whispers began to run rampant among the throngs of people. It seemed that the one boy in school that wasn't interested in her violent maniac of a sibling had been taken. Nebiki noticed the looks she was being given and loved every minute of it. On the other side of Tokyo, a certain individual smiled as she read the list of bounties that she had gotten off the internet. However, she was no ordinary bounty hunter. The prey she stalked were not of the human kind. The rival organization of Helsing called Iskariot was offering rewards for freak vampires and a very sizable bounty for a certain fanged noble. The little girl with the picnic basket full of Uzis, missiles, bombs and other goodies was ready to rumble. The Bonnie kid was on the job. "So what's with your sister anyway?" Matthew asked as he sipped his Coke. Sitting opposite to him at the booth was Nebiki. "Has she always been so antisocial?" Nebiki shrugged as she took another sip from her root beer float. "Well, it's only because of that stupid declaration of Kuno's. At the beginning of the semester, he told everyone that he wouldn't allow any guy to date Neko-ken unless he defeats her in battle." Matt finished. "Yeah, I heard about that from the guys in my class. Kind of lame if you ask me. But it looked to me that she was even angrier than usual. Well, I really can't blame her, since Daddy went and laid that bombshell on her, me and Kasumi last night. You see, an old friend of his had come to visit." Flashback. "This is my dear friend," soon introduced Genma Sodom. The fat man bowed as he gestured to a stocky boy beside him. "And this is my son, Ranma." Genma smiled inwardly at his cleverness. After losing his son 10 years ago, he had wandered about Japan and purposely sent deceiving letters to his wife, assuring her that the training was going well. In actuality, he spent his time trying to think of a way out of the mess he was in. He dared not return home without his child, for fear of that seppuku pledge he had signed before leaving on the training trip. It had been out of sheer luck that he had come across a boy who was about Ranma's age and height and had a talent for the martial arts. Using a special memory erasing shampoo that he had stolen from a Chinese merchant, he had been able to erase the boy's past and convinced him that he was his son. From then on, the training with Ranma had continued without a hitch. Well, mostly without a hitch. The boy had some kind of directional defect and kept on getting lost. That trip to Juzenkyo could have ended better too. My oldest daughter Kasumi, she's 19. My middle daughter Nebiki, she's 17. My youngest daughter Rakan, she's 16. Choose anyone you want, and she'll be your new fiancée. End of flashback. You wouldn't believe the craziness that happened that night. Nebiki said as she and Matthew were now walking down the street toward the Tendo home. Anyway, Daddy was dead set on having that pledge fulfilled and Akan got picked for bridal duty. She's been going on and on about how all boys are perverts since then. So where is this Ranma? Is he at your home now? Matthew asked. Well, that's the funny thing. We haven't seen him since last night when he asked Kasumi the way to the bathroom. He gets lost really easy. Mr. Sodom assured us that he'd eventually find his way back, but until then, Akan is blowing off steam on just about any boy that comes near her. Oh, here's my house. At that moment, a certain someone let off an enraged scream and started charging at Matthew. Get away from my sister, you pervert. Meanwhile, somewhere in Osaka. Excuse me, but which way is the Tendo dojo? Later. Ow! Akan winced as Kasumi applied some disinfectant to her sister's injuries. In addition to a few scrapes on her arms, she had a large bruise forming on her right cheek and several more on her limbs. Nebiki shook her head at her hot-headed sibling. Akan, what gave you the right to interfere with my personal life? What are you talking about? I was just trying to protect you from that pervert before he got too close. Akan protested, then winced again. No, you just saw it as an excuse to lash out at him. Nebiki countered as she gave Akan a disapproving glare. Kasumi nodded, as she had to agree with Nebiki. She had been sweeping up the front sidewalk and had observed both her sister and the wolf fighter simply walking toward the front gate. However, Akan had immediately assumed the worst when she saw them together. Nebiki's right, Akan. Matthew isn't doing anything wrong. Honesty, Akan, you'll jump at any chance to hit a boy. Nebiki added with some disgust. Boys are perverts and he was a pervert and since when was it perverted for a boy to treat me to a root beer float and lock me home? You're just lucky that you got away with only a few scrapes and bruises. Matthew went easy on you. I would have beaten that jerk if I had been ready. In your dreams, Akan, Nebiki said as she continued to frown about her sister's inexcusable actions. You may have more martial arts experience than Kasumi and me, but from what I saw, Matthew could wipe the floor with you in his sleep. He beat you without even trying. He didn't beat me. It was just a fluke. I tripped and knocked myself out, that's all. Nebiki sighed tiredly as Akan was once again off on her denials of reality. Sure, whatever you say, Akan. The thing is that you're the one who attacked him without reason, and all he did was self-defense. He wasn't at fault, you were. I was not. It was his fault for being a pervert. The middle daughter of Suntendo sighed again. Kasumi felt herself a bit torn after the incident. As the surrogate mother of the Tendo family, she had always looked after the well-being of her family. Seeing her youngest sister hurt had been a bit of a shock, and yet Nebiki raised a valid point. Akan's behavior had been reprehensible, and wasn't it Kasumi's responsibility to have taught her sibling better manners? Akan naturally saw no fault in her actions and silently promised that the next time she and Matthew met, she'd pound him into goo as she did with old perverts. What was her problem? Matthew thought as he walked home. He remembered back to his encounter with Akan. Flashback. Get away from my sister, you pervert. Wham! Bam! WHOMP. Matthew relaxed his stance after deflecting Akan's rage-fueled attack, counterpunch to the stomach, then followed through with a kick to her face. The short-tempered girl hit the pavement hard on her side and skidded a bit before stopping in a kind of daze. She let off a low moan of pain as she was in a state of shock at being instantly beaten. Her perfect record of being the undefeated fighter of Nirima had been shattered in less than a heartbeat. Nebiki was quite surprised to see Matthew effortlessly, almost unconsciously, stop Akan's usual pound first and don't bother to ask later attacks. She then ran to her side to check for injuries. She was relieved to see that though Akan had taken quite a bruising, she was relatively alright. A startled gasp was heard and another girl, this one older with long brown hair, ran out from the front of the house and knelt down at the down there to the Tendo anything goes. Matthew then realized that he had just hit a girl. End of flashback. It wasn't my fault. She attacked me first. Was I supposed to just stand there and let her hit me? After helping Akan into her home and apologizing for hitting her, he had immediately left the Tendo home. Fortunately for him, Sun and Genma were out drinking, so he had avoided encountering his former father. He gazed down at his right hand, which he had used to punch Akan in the abdomen before automatically following through with a kick. That simple combo had stopped Akan's best attack, and he was now unofficially the best fighter in Nirima. Big hoop. After reuniting with his real father, Ranma Sodom had been training in the fighting styles of his werewolf heritage. It was more freestyle than even the anything goes and relied on instincts, specifically animal and spiritual instincts. It didn't recognize the difference between males and females as did Genma's fighting ideals, which considered them weak. John Talbane did not agree with his chauvinistic views as he had already encountered females of formidable powers and abilities. Females such as the Catwoman Felicia, the succubus Morrigan, and her excess-evil persona known as Lilith. The so-called fair or sex had proven themselves to be opponents that were not to be dismissed. He had long since re-educated his biological son in his ideals and to never underestimate his opponents, regardless of their gender. At that moment, Matthew's danger sense went off as he sensed that something, or someone was watching him. His body tensed up as he looked about for any signs of danger. The presence he was feeling was just at the edge of his perception and he couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. His nostrils flared a bit and he tuned into any sounds that were out of the ordinary. The sun was nearing the horizon as the shadows grew longer and darker. At that point, John's son caught a glimpse of a figure stepping out from a darkened alley and into view some 50 feet away. Matthew's eyes narrowed as he beheld him. He was a tall, blond Caucasian man with a neatly trimmed beard. He wore a pair of steel-rimmed glasses and white, flowing robes that made him resemble a Catholic priest. He even had a gold, holy cross dangling from his neck from a thin chain. However, Matthew suspected that this was no holy man. In each of his gray-gloved hands was a long, wicked-looking blade with a bent handle. The weapons resembled oversized butcher knives and the young werewolf had no doubt that they were composed with a generous amount of silver. When he saw the murderous look in the stranger's eyes, Matthew knew that he was in grave danger. Meanwhile, a certain individual smiled as she stood from a rooftop and looked down at the city below. Her long, light, emerald hair wafted in the breeze, which accentuated the small bat wings that were on the sides of her head. On her back was a pair of larger bat wings. Her figure was voluptuous and emitted a kind of sensual but lethal magnetism. She wore a form-fitting, skin-tight outfit with a plunging neckline that displayed a generous view of her ample cleavage. As the sun began to set and the night was nearing, the succubus known as Morrigan Insland prepared for her nightly excursion. She had heard the rumors that Demetri and John Talbane were in Japan, plus a few others, which had piqued her interest. What had caught her interest the most was the rumor that the werewolf now had a son, and she was looking forward to encountering him. If he was anything like his feral and delicious father. The dark stalker spread her wings wide and leapt into the sky. "Who are you?" Matthew asked as he took a defensive stance. The man smiled scornfully at the adolescent lycanthrope. "I am Paladin Alexander Anderson and I am your executioner. You child of demon spawn." His weapons flashed as he took a more aggressive stance and prepared to attack. "What are you talking about? Do not try to deny the truth with your beastly tongue, abomination." Alexander cut off as he took a few steps forward. "You are Matthew Talbane, son of John Talbane, heir to the accursed line of the Talbane werewolves. Iscariot knows of your kind well. Your bloodline has long been a blight on this earth in which our Almighty Lord had created for his children. It's my sworn duty to rid our lands of the filth that you and those other denizens of hell bring. Look, I don't know what you're talking about, but time for talk is over. Tag at the Darkstalker." Matthew had no chance to speak any further as Paladin Alexander suddenly sprang forward with a speed that nearly matched his own. He barely managed to swerve out of the way of the initial slashes of his weapons. He flipped backward, while drawing out a pair of nunchakus from a hidden holster at the small of his back. Though he was very capable in unarmed combat, the silver blades the mad Catholic wielded were a problem. He didn't dare try to block those things with his bare hands. In a heartbeat, Alexander launched his weapons at his opponent. The twin swords streaked toward him like bolts of metallic lightning. Focusing his ki into his weapons, Matthew whirled the chained clubs about and deflected the edged projectiles. An instant later, he charged forward, intent on finishing the fight quickly before his foe brought out any more surprises. Alexander Anderson also charged forward, and with the flicks of both wrists, made two more blades appear in his hands. With the blade in his right hand, he made a slash toward Matthew's face. As he predicted, the lycanthrope blocked with his nunchakus. At the same time, he stabbed at his opponent's unprotected flank with the other blade. However, John Sun had anticipated the maneuver and twisted at the last moment. The blade barely nicked his side and sent a sharp burning sensation into his flesh as it tore through his shirt. Matthew bit down on the pain, whirled about and slammed one end of his nunchakus into the Iscariot agent's face. Thwack! This caused the man's glasses to be knocked off and he staggered back several feet. Matthew pressed his advantage and delivered several hard punches to his abdomen, followed by a snap kick to the face. Unfortunately, Alexander was made of far sterner stuff and retaliated with a wicked double slash at him. The young wolf fighter managed to evade the first strike, but was a hair too slow in avoiding the second one. The blade burned into his right shoulder, causing him to scream out in agony. H. First blood is mine. Now demon of Satan, ye shall perish by mine own. Yea, CCCKKK. Alexander's rant was swiftly cut off as Matthew slammed a fist into his throat. This gave the young Darkstalker enough time to strike at Paladin's right temple to knock him off balance, then somersault away. Once he got about 10 feet from his foe, he triggered his transformation to his hybrid form. He immediately gained an increase in height and muscle mass, plus a furrier appearance. In their brief exchange, Matthew had realized that his adversary wasn't all human as he had shrugged off hits that would have seriously injured an ordinary man. Things were getting drastic and the lycanthrope suspected that he may have to be more savage in order to survive this night. The agent of Helsing's rival shook his head to clear it, then beheld Matthew in his true form. He snorted as he held up his weapons. So, you had decided to drop your guise of false humanity, eh? So be it. I much rather prefer to fight you in your true shape. It sickens me that freaks like you would even presume to belong to this world. You are a mistake of nature and as a loyal servant of our Holy Father, I shall erase that mistake. Die! Matthew tensed up as the maniac charged in what appeared to be a suicide attack. Then he suddenly sensed another imminent attack and swerved to the left. At that moment a spray of gunfire rained down on the space in which he had occupied a moment before. At that same time, the insane priest stopped in his tracks and looked up. He spied a young girl standing on the second story of a nearby fire escape. Who ye be? He demanded to a certain bounty hunter. She was dressed in a red cloak and was holding a picnic basket in one hand and an Uzi in the other. The muzzle was still smoking. "Shood's the name, Peabody Should," the girl replied in a cheery, yet somewhat sickening voice. "And I'll thank you to leave my target alone. I won't get any bounty from Iscariot if you cut him up first." "Bounty?" Alexander exclaimed in disbelief. He had not yet been told that his employers were hiring out mercenaries. The holy mission "wipe out all demon spawn" was reserved for the righteous knights of Iscariot, not to the money-hungry scum. "That's right, priest man," Should said as she leapt down and took aim with her weapon. "Iscariots is offering some really nice chunks of change for anyone who can bring in the freak vampires or any other darkstalker, undead or dead. The tall Banes happen to be on my list." "Nay, you lie." The insane priest held up his weapons in a crossed fashion in front of him. "The sacred duty to destroy the monsters is reserved for we true agents of the Lord." "Whatever." The bounty hunter shrugged. "The gods I believe in happen to be printed on the greenbacks. So either you get out of my way, or you're going to have a few dozen extra body openings." She held up her Uzi and took aim at Matthew. "The wolf demon is mine to destroy. I shall not be denied my right to serve my lord. Die!" Peabody shrugged again as Alexander charged at her. "Have it your way. If Iscariot asks about you, I'll just say that it was in self-defense." She then squeezed the trigger. Matthew stood in horror as Paladin Alexander charged into a hailstorm of gunfire. The priest's pure, white robes, along with his body, became riddled with bullets. He was stopped about 15 feet from the red-robed girl and fell backward. Blood began to pool on the pavement as the mercenary turned her attention toward her werewolf prey. "Don't even think about trying to escape, Wolfie. This gun's loaded with silver bullets. Now why don't you make things easier for the both of us and just stand there?" Matthew growled as he tensed up and prepared to attack. It was then that he caught some movement coming from Alexander's corpse. He also caught sight of the supposedly dead agent of Iscariot rising to his feet. "What the?" The mad priest began chuckling like a certain rock and roll zombie we know of, as he gazed upon Should with a maniacal grin. "Foolish waif. Did ye actually believe that thy polygon could defeat a disciple of the Holy One?" Both Matthew and Should watched in disbelief as the numerous holes in Alexander's body began sealing themselves up. "No way! You can't be alive!" Peabody exclaimed as she reloaded her weapon with a fresh magazine from her basket. However, the agent of Iscariot laughed as he brandished his swords. "Go ahead. Shoot me. It will do you no good with the gift that I have received from the Almighty." Matthew knew that things had just gone from bad to worse. High above, Morrigan continued to linger away in search of a little excitement. When she heard the sounds of gunfire from the streets below, she decided to investigate and began her descent. She smiled as she saw one person in particular. He looks very scrumptious, just like his father. WHABOM. "And where do you think you're going?" the mercenary girl said as she noticed that Matthew was trying to get away in the heat of the battle. She had momentarily gotten Paladin Alexander off her case by giving him an apple with a bomb in it. Matthew tried to get more distance between himself and these loonies, when the Red Riding Hood look-alike held up her basket as if she was holding up a whoosh, SHOM, rocket launcher. Matthew leapt high to avoid the projectile as it screamed toward him. It passed right by him and impacted a store, causing it to explode, sending glass, bricks and other debris flying everywhere. The werewolf landed lightly on his feet, then had to swerve to the right as it let loose with another volley of silver-tipped bullets. Hey! Don't you know that there are gun laws in Japan? So what's your point? Hood shrugged as she continued to fire at her elusive prey. However, Tall Bane's son proved to be a very difficult target as he dodged each of her shots, and began advancing on her. Damn! He's moving too fast for me to get a beat on. I'd have to slow him down somehow. At that moment, a certain someone had the same idea. The mad priest from Iscariot had just finished regenerating after having an apple packed with C4 blow up in his face. He smiled as he saw his werewolf victim too occupied with his opponent. This was too good an opportunity to pass up. Smiling evilly and brandishing his silver-edged weapons, he began charging at Matthew from behind. However, Matthew had sensed his approach and countered. Spinning about, his right leg came up in a horizontal version of his father's climb razor technique. His foot glowed with bestial ki and mystical energy as it impacted hard against Alexander's temple, sending him sprawling. Unfortunately, this slight distraction was all Bonnie had needed as she fired toward Matthew's head. The werewolf ducked fast, but not fast enough. A round grazed his right temple, causing a flaring pain to erupt in his head as the flesh was burned. This put Matthew off balance and that was when his opponent prepared to finish him off. She threw up her cape and shouted, "Cool hunting!" Two ghostly images of giant hunters appeared behind her. Each was armed with a nasty-looking shotgun or rifle. At that moment, she aimed her Uzi at both Matthew and Alexander and was about to squeeze the trigger. A heartbeat before the carnage was unleashed. A dark shape with bat wings swooped down and snatched the injured werewolf out of the line of fire. P-U-D-D-A. 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 R-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80. K-P-O-W. K-P-O-W. Boom. K-P-O-W. W-H-A-B-O-M. Boom. P-U-D-D-A. R-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80-80. W-H-O-M. P-B-O-M. Bonnie and her ghostly hunters, let loose with a storm of bullets, bombs and missiles that would have taken out a tank battalion, but missed their intended target. However, they didn't miss Paladin Alexander. The mad priest only had a half-second to see what was coming at him before his body was torn to pieces under the lethal hail of fire. His insides were sent splattering all over the asphalt as limbs were quartered and his flesh was set ablaze by the numerous explosions. Finally, after it was all over, the little girl put down her weapon and let her ghostly allies disappear. She snarled a bit as she surveyed the damage her final attack had caused. She had missed her bounty. The werewolf had escaped and all she had to show for it was the bloody and mangled carcass of that knight from Iscariot. She let off a sigh and decided to turn in for the evening. She would not earn any bounty for this night's work, but she was certain that she would see the teenage lycanthrope again. Next time, she was going to have his head. As she disappeared into the shadows, she paid no notice to the bloodied mass on the street. Why would she? She was certain that despite any strange regeneration powers the man had possessed, there was no way he could recover from that, especially with his head torn apart and his brain splattered all over the concrete. Her cool hunting finishing move always killed. However, what she did not know was that the technology that had given Alexander's regenerative abilities was quite advanced. Just a minute after she was gone from sight, several pieces of the Iscariot agent began to quiver. Some time later, John Talbane looked down at his son, as Matthew lay unconscious on the bed in his hybrid form. He reached out and gently caressed his offspring's temple, which was now bandaged after he had clean tended to the wound. He let off a sigh of relief, then turned to face the one who had brought him home. Morrigan smiled at him as she stood at Matthew's bedside. "It's been a long time, John." "Yes, it has been," the elder werewolf admitted with some reluctance as he looked back down at his son. "So, how did you find out where we lived?" The succubus smiled knowingly. "Oh, I had my ways. But then again, you of all people should know that." This caused John to blush slightly, which elicited a small giggle from her as she gazed at his son. She must have been quite a woman. Your boy's mother. I envy her for actually snagging your heart. Morrigan let off a heartfelt sigh. Matthew could have been ours, you know. Yes, well. The Talbane werewolf became a bit flustered as he tried to compose himself in front of the very beautiful and sexy succubus. Talking about Matthew's mother in front of his old flame was making him very nervous, and he was relieved when his offspring began to regain consciousness. "Woo! Ow!" Matthew groaned as started to sit up, but fell back down as his head began to throb. "Easy, son. You're safe and sound. You've had quite a night." John gently placed a reassuring hand on his son's right shoulder and patted it. Matthew tried to rise again, but his head winced in protest. As his vision began to clear, he immediately recognized his father, but was confused to see a green-haired woman with bat wings sprouting from her head. The fact that she was wearing a skin-tight outfit with her generous cleavage showing didn't help matters as his hormone levels began to rise. 3W, who are you? John cleared his voice as he introduced her to him. "This is the one who had saved you and brought you home. Son, this is Morrigan Eastland, An old acquaintance. Morrigan giggled again as she playfully stroked one side of John's face. Actually, the more appropriate term would be lover. Matthew's eyes widened in shock. To be continued. Author's notes here. I know a lot of Darkstalker fans would argue for Morrigan and Dimitri and John/Felicia couplings, but this is my story, so I get to choose who goes with who. I'll be tweaking the history of the Darkstalkers in according to the Vampire Savior game, and there will be more interactions with the Helsing gang. I've also had some requests to add gold diggers and more FGLACIA. Thanks, Alex Burgos. I'm not promising anything as this story doesn't have any sub-direction yet, but I'll keep all your suggestions in mind. Next time, we'll meet Ranma, Aristus Arioga, as well as a few more appearances from the Darkstalkers gang. This occurs after the Helsing series. I've always wondered just how much her could take before his body reaches its limit to regenerate. Hey, he's been growing up with John, not Genma, so he's neither as immature nor sexually repressed as his canon version. Chapter 4 Chapter 3 Lone Wolf vs. Pharaoh Beast within disclaimer, Ranma 1/2, Darkstalkers, Helsing and any other characters mentioned in this story belong to their respective creators. Thoughts Chapter 3 Lone Wolf vs. Pharaoh Matthew Talbane shook his head as he walked to school. He was wearing his usual headband, though it was covering the bandage that his father had bound over his head wound. The previous night had taken a lot out of him, both emotionally and physically. However, pre-bonded silver bullets had not been as unnerving as his conversation with his father's old flame, Morrigan enslaved. Flashback. So, let me get this straight. Matthew asked as he spoke with the voluptuous succubus on the patio to the apartment. You and my dad used to be. Morrigan nodded while leaning seductively against the railing. Currently, the green-haired beauty had retracted the batwings on her head and back, concealing them within her body, in case anyone were to unexpectedly come by the Talbane home. However, that made the front of her daringly cut outfit to show even more cleavage of her generous bosom, which made Matthew a bit nervous. Indeed we were. So how close were you? The younger werewolf was still somewhat disbelieving that she and his father had been lovers. John had never spoke about her before. Morrigan let off a mischievous laugh as she held up hand with the thumb and forefinger extended with a slight space between them. I was that close to becoming Mrs. John Talbane. You would have been my son. She reached out and traced his chest with a well-manicured index finger. She then licked her lips. John's son gulped a bit. He didn't know how she was making his libido go up by just touching him, and he could only guess as to how his father must have felt when he had been seeing her. Morrigan admired the well-muscled form of John's son, and his personality mirrored his sire. You're so much like your father. I can see that you are going to be quite a hit with the girls. End of flashback. Matthew Talbane, I challenge you. The young werewolf sighed as he stopped just before the gates of Furinkin High School. Shaking his head in disgust, He turned around to face one very angry Tendo. Just from her expression alone, he could tell that she had taken yesterday's defeat very personally. Behind the Tendo heir to the anything-goes martial arts, Nabiki pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed. The daughter of Sun Tendo then gave Matthew an apologetic expression, while helplessly shrugging her shoulders. At that moment, the usual Bigakan so you can date her jobs came charging out of the school, and headed toward the front gates. However, they stopped in their tracks, when they beheld the object of their dreams taking a battle stance against someone and was ignoring them. Matthew was not in the mood, especially after all the crap he had to endure the night before. He let off a slight growl that sounded like an irritated wolf's, then turned about to head toward the school. Hey! Don't you ignore me. Didn't you hear me? I said. I heard what you said. Matthew snarled as he barely kept his anger in check. He stopped walking, but didn't bother to face her. And I don't care to waste my time. What did you say? Akan shouted in outrage. How dare this boy casually dismiss her challenge? We all know how this is going to go. Matthew said as a matter of factly. You attack, I beat you without any trouble or effort, end of story. Boring. Face facts, Tendo. I'm better than you, so deal with it. With those words, he started walking again. Nabiki let off a low whistle. Matthew certainly didn't mince words and didn't treat her sister like a spoiled princess like everyone else did. He was direct, to the point, and had that animalistic core that made him so feral. He didn't brag or go on about his skills, but said it in a way that made anyone believe that he wasn't kidding. Of course, Akan wasn't one to listen. Hey! Come back here. I'm not finished. I am. Matthew said simply. Man! Total lack of control and discipline. A martial artist she ain't. Akan cried out, not knowing what else to say in order to goad him into fighting her. She just had to prove that she could take this boy, just as she could with the others. If there was one thing that got Akan into a fast boil, it was a person who didn't take her seriously as a martial artist. She was proud of her achievements and position as heir to the Tendo dojo. So she wasn't good with cooking or other domestic skills, but she was a great martial artist. And if he wasn't going to take her honorable challenge seriously, then she'd just have to pound it into him. With that, she began charging at him, intent on smashing his head open. However, WHOMP. Crash! Ooh, I win again. Big surprise. Matthew continued on his way to the school, while leaving Akan in a tangled heap on the pavement. The short-tempered girl had a glazed look in her eyes as she was seeing the pretty birdies. When the horde of Vanta saw their perfect goddess downed so easily by this upstart, they were all prepared to charge at him, and make him pay for hurting her. That was when the young wolf fighter let loose with his roar and another bestial snarl escaped his lips. Something about his presence just seemed to say, "Death wish." The crowds immediately felt cold chills down their spines and parted to make a clear path to the front doors. That is, all but one dog. How dare you march the perfect beauty of the fierce tigress aka Indio. T-A-D-E-W-A-K-I-K-U-M-O-L. T-H-U-N-K. S-B-L-U-D-C-H. The crowds parted even wider after witnessing Matthew stick Kuno's bookin into the Kendu's orifice. One thing for sure, Kuno won't be able to sit down properly for a while. Homeroom. Akan growled as she glared upon the wolf fighter sitting a few seats in front of her. He thinks he's so great just because he was lucky. When her best friends Yuka and Apem, I became a bit apprehensive as they saw the first signs of Akan's bad lore begin to manifest. The last thing they needed was for their short-tempered friend to blow up when the teacher arrived. Akan, please. Not here. Yuka warned. Apem nodded. Please Akan. Don't do it. Akan just barely managed to not explode when the homeroom teacher came in to take roll call. For now, Kelbane was safe from her vengeance, but she promised that she'd pay him back. Already people were whispering behind her back that since Matthew had beaten her in combat, he and Akan were now a couple, and that infuriated her. It was bad enough she was engaged to a guy who got lost looking for the bathroom, but she wasn't going to let people think that she was involved with this jerk. She'd prove who the real martial artist was. Kelbane sat unaware of the angry thoughts being directed toward him, or maybe he was but didn't really care. He had other things to worry about, such as that vampire Demetri and that crazed bounty hunter with the Red Riding Hood getup. And of course, the return of his father's old girlfriend. Little did he know that other complications were heading his way. In the Tokyo Museum, a new Egyptian exhibit was being prepared. In the center of the exhibit was a sarcophagus, complete with a huge mummy within it. Inscribed on the elaborate sides of the casket was the mummy's name in hieroglyphics. Anakari's Bibani had cleaned out her enthusiasm as she checked her equipment for her next encounter with the creatures of the night. The bounties on the freak vampires as well as any other darkstalkers were still being offered by Iscariot, and the diminutive bounty hunter was intent on collecting. This time, that werewolf wasn't going to get away. Lunchtime. Hey Matthew. Wake up. The young werewolf looked over his shoulder and stopped on his way to the school cafeteria. Oh, it's Yunzabiki. What can I do for you? Soon's middle daughter smiled as she mentally mustered up her courage. After all, this was the first time she was actually asking a boy out, and without blackmailing him first. Nabiki Tendo had so far led a lonely life, with only attaining wealth as her sole goal in life. She had been known as the Ice Queen of Furinken, and just about every boy in the school avoided her. This had made things very difficult for her, especially when it came to making friends. Most people were intimidated by her less than admirable methods of earning money. However, it wasn't due to greed and avarice, which drove her to being a mercenary, at least not entirely. Ever since her mother had died, Nebiki had taken it upon herself to keep her family from ending up on the street. Her father was an incompetent when it came to teaching. The students who used to come to the dojo had long since abandoned their training, as soon Tendo had become nothing but a blubbering, emotional crybaby. Who could respect such a sensei? Then there were the new drains on the family savings now. Though the Sodoms had only been staying at their home for a few days, they had already consumed enough food to feed the family for 3 weeks. Well, one of them did. Genma was appalling, and Nebiki often wondered what her father saw in him to let him eat them out of house and home. He didn't lift a single finger to help out with the household chores, and all he did was sit around with Soon, while playing shogi and go on about the anything goes schools being joined. She knew that he was just a good-for-nothing freeloader, but soon seemed blinded by past memories and an obsession to see the schools joined, no matter the cost. Nebiki wasn't even sure if Ranma, 1, would be good for the future of the Tendo dojo. With his tendency to easily get lost, she didn't think that he could be counted on to be at his own wedding on time. And it seemed to her that Ranma didn't have very much upstairs in terms of intellect. Then there was that strange Juzenkyo curse that caused him to turn into a pig. Akan most certainly didn't like it when her Peppy-chan turned into a naked boy, while they were both in the bath. 2. She made a note to call the repairman to fix the hole in their roof, which Ranma had made after Akan sent him into Leo. The girl shook her head out of her reverie as she remembered why she had called out to Matthew. She took a deep breath and said, "Say, Matthew, I was wondering if you were doing anything after school." "Well, not really," he admitted. "Are you asking me out or something?" "Well, he's direct. I like that." Nebiki smiled a bit. "Well, I was thinking, since you treated me last time, I thought it would be fair to return the favor. I mean, if you really want to." She bowed her head a bit and began to absently twiddle her index fingers. This feeling of nervousness and uncertainty was new to her, but she steeled herself and continued. "I mean, I really got to apologize for my sister Akan. She had no right to attack you yesterday and this morning." "Hey, don't sweat it," Matthew said as he waved off the past attacks with indifference. "No, I mean it. Akan shouldn't have tried to hurt you, just because you were with me and that you wounded her pride as a martial artist. I want to make up for it, and maybe if we could. We could. Maybe." She began to lose her cool, which was unnatural for the normally calm and collected middle sister. Matthew smirked as he nodded. "Okay. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock. This caught Nebiki completely off guard. "I'll pick you up at your place, all right?" "All right, it's a date." Then the young wolf fighter gave her a wave and continued on to the cafeteria. Nebiki stood in shocked silence for more than 10 minutes as the crowds of students filed past her on their way to lunch. Finally, her mouth moved as she said two words. "A date." Then her face took on a far-off dreamy look as her mouth turned upward in a silly smile and a small trickle of drool went down her chin. Evening at the Talbane home. "You're going out tomorrow?" John asked after his son had told him of his encounter with Nebiki. "Yeah. She's a girl that goes to Furinken. She seems to be okay. I figured since it's Sunday and there's no full moon, it'll be alright." "Are you certain you should?" the elder werewolf asked. "After all, that crazy bounty hunter is still out there and there's also some more strange things that have been going on lately. I've been sensing some mystical emanations lately and there's also that vampire Demetri to worry about. It's just a little bait, Dad. And besides, I'll be home before nightfall, so you don't have to worry about any vampires. Besides, Nebiki's kind of cute, you know." "Well, alright. I suppose it wouldn't hurt," John conceded. "But keep on your guard, cub." "Aw, come on, Dad. I'm not a little cub anymore." Matthew had grown to hate that pet name that his father called him sometimes. John smiled a little as he gave his son a pat on his shoulder. "You're my cub, Matthew. And you can't blame this old wolf for being worried about his only son." Yeah. By the way, where's Morrigan?" "Oh, well, she had to leave to take care of some business. She said that she'd be back later. In any case, I would like to meet this Nebiki girl someday soon. Does she know about our little secret?" No, and I don't really see any reason to tell her yet. It's up to you, son. If you really like this girl, then you'd best make certain that she would accept you for who you are, like you and Mom." Well, I was about to tell her. Then that plane exploded. But I hope you can trust this girl if you do decide to let her in on our family's condition. Helsing headquarters in Japan. "Sir Integra, you have a guest." A servant bowed as he came into Integra's office. "Yes, I know." The leader of the organization nodded as she looked up from her desk and signaled for him to show the visitor in. The servant bowed again and left the room. A moment later, the door opened and in walked a certain green-haired woman. She was now dressed in form-fitting business attire, which consisted of a white blouse with a plunging neckline, beige, long-sleeved vest with matching skirt, and low-heeled pumps. Integra didn't even bat an eye as she nodded for the Darkstalker to sit down. She had been expecting to encounter the succubus after her operatives had informed her of Morrigan's appearance. She had read the file on her and of her past relationship with John Talbane. She could prove to be a full ally or a deadly enemy. As soon as Morrigan sat down, she immediately sensed the presence of a certain someone, as he started to appear from the shadows of the dimly lit room. Like Integra, she kept her composure as Alucard materialized. "Well now, this is a surprise." The vampire smiled, showing very impressive fangs. "It's not very often that we are graced with the presence of royalty from the demon realms." "Ah yes. Morrigan smiled seductively as she stood up and faced the most terrifying agent of the Halsey organization. I have heard of you, Alucard. I must say, you look delicious. Almost as delectable as John Talbane. How very kind of you to say so. The vampire chuckled. Both turned their attention to Integra as she cleared her throat. Getting to the business at hand, the inflammable woman said, I would like to know why you contacted us. Well, it's about a certain werewolf, his son, and a vampire noble that they ran into recently. John told me about his encounter with Maximoff. And since the Halsey organization has had previous dealings with my family, the Tendo home. Oh, how wonderful, Nebiki. Kasumi said after her sister had told her of her impending date with Matthew. It's good to know that you're finally getting out and enjoying yourself. Yeah. It's great. Nebiki replied, still a little shocked over this sudden upswing in her social life. She hadn't expected Matthew to agree so readily to go out with her. Now she was totally unprepared for the most important event in a teenage girl's life, her first date. Ever since their mother's death, she had been concerned only with keeping her family's finances stable. Now, she was being given an opportunity to just have fun. What was it about Matthew that made her lose control over her emotions? She didn't care about money or gaining control whenever she was with him. And why is it that her heart always did a jig whenever he smiled at her? There was just something so animalistic about him, and she wanted to know more. She began fussing over what to wear on the date as Kasumi made suggestions on her wardrobe. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. For a while, she could just forget about life's problems and just have some fun. Sitting nearby on the back porch, two middle-aged men were engaged in yet another game of shogi, while conversing quietly. One was a portly man with a bandana wrapped about his head, glasses, and wore a slightly tarnished GI. The other man was thin, had long black hair, a mustache, and was wearing a dark brown GI. I hear that Nebiki is going on a date tomorrow, Genma commented as he moved his shogi piece forward. Soon nodded as he countered his friend's move with one of his own. Yes, it seems that my little girls are growing up. Soon the schools shall be joined, and perhaps I might even have another son-in-law. Speaking of which, where exactly is that boy of yours? The fatter man shrugged a bit. Well, I can't exactly be certain, but I'm confident that he will be back by tomorrow. He usually doesn't disappear for more than a week or so. How can such a talented martial artist get so easily lost? Oh, it's something that he inherited from his mother, Genma said quickly, not wanting to reveal to his friend that the boy wasn't really his son. He would have enough trouble convincing his own wife that the young man he had brainwashed was their only child. He was hoping that he wouldn't have to after Ranma was married. Well, as soon as he gets back, we'll have the ceremony right away, Soon said with confidence as he made his next move on the shogi board. Excellent idea, Tendo. Genma said as he quickly made one of Soon's pieces disappear, then decided to change the subject. So what's this new boyfriend of Nabiki's like? Well, from what I understand, he's some transfer student from England and quite a martial artist. Really? What style does he use? Nabiki isn't really certain. She swears that he fights like a wolf and even Akan couldn't beat him. But I'm certain that Ranma could best him. Of course he could, Genma said with confidence. I hadn't spent the last 10 years training that boy for nothing. I would like to see this wolf style of martial arts for myself. As would I. Showed him. The next day, Nabiki waited anxiously as the time grew near to 2 o'clock. She was dressed in a simple, short-sleeved blouse with matching slacks and shoes. She was wearing a light, flowery perfume and her face had on slight makeup, courtesy of Kasumi. She didn't want to look too gaudy on her first date. Behind her, Akan growled a bit as she also waited for Matthew to arrive. She was still steamed over what had happened yesterday. Now that jerk was coming to her house again. She wanted to pound on him for her humiliation, but both of her sisters had chided her for her past behavior, and would not stand for any more hostilities against him. He was a guest and the youngest Tendo could do nothing about it. For now. At that moment, there was a knock at the front door, which got Nabiki all tensed up as she headed toward the entrance hall. She mentally readied herself as she took a deep breath, then opened up the door. Well, Matthew, I see that you're punctual and... Her voice trailed off as she saw Matthew with another boy leaning off his shoulder. The wolf fighter smiled a bit as he easily supported the tired and bedraggled person. Hey Nabiki, could you help me with this guy? Sorry about all this. I really didn't mean to come in like this after last week. Oh, I'm Ranma Sodom. He held out his hand. Okay, I'm pleased to meet you. Ranma. I'm Matthew Telbane. He silently took his hand and gave him a quick once-over. So this guy is supposed to be me. He doesn't look a thing like me. Ranma was built with more musculature, which seemed to emphasize strength and endurance, rather than speed and agility. His face was rougher and his eye color was all wrong. His was brown and Matthew's was blue. Judging by his stance, Matthew estimated that his replacement practiced a style that stressed on power blows and brute force, rather than skill. He could tell that Ranma wasn't as proficient with acrobatics and evasive maneuvers as he was, and there wasn't much in terms of key control, at least not at the same level as his was, and his scent was odd. It was almost as if there were two scents intermingled with each other. Even in his human form, Matthew still retained his keen wolf senses. As for Ranma, he was feeling some considerable pain from Matthew's grip. He had thought he was strong, but the wolf fighter's handshake threatened to crush the bones in his hand to powder. After Matthew finally released his hand, the lost air of the anything-goes sized him up. He could tell that he was a fighter, but his stance was absolutely neutral, giving away nothing of the type of martial arts he practiced. He was dressed casually in a pair of blue jeans, white shirt and a leather jacket. There was something animalistic about him, and his lupine-colored eyes gave off a kind of beast-like quality. However, he was certain that he could best him in a fight. After all, his father had taught him to be the best, and Ranma always wins. Left parenthesis 3 At that moment, Soon and Genma entered the room. Matthew immediately froze when he beheld Genma. Even though it had been 10 years, the fat slob hadn't changed much. He was still the greedy, bald idiot that had been his father for 6 years, before John Talbane had found him. Fortunately for him, Genma did not recognize Matthew as the real Ranma. After losing him during the Neko-ken training, his memory of the boy had long since become dim, and he would not have suspected the young werewolf as the missing heir to the Anything Goes. Well now, you must be Nabiki's new boyfriend, Soon said with a smile. Nabiki immediately blushed at the mention of the word boyfriend. Though she and Matthew were just friends at the moment, a very large part of her wanted her father's statement to be true. However, she had to clear things up. Daddy, Matthew and I are just friends. We're just going out to have some fun, that's all. Soon laughed at his daughter's flustered expression as he walked up to Matthew and introduced himself. Hello, young man. I'm Nabiki's father, Soon Tendo, the proprietor to the Anything Goes dojo. Anything goes? You've heard of our fighting style? Soon asked, feeling a bit of pride in his dojo and his art. Well, a little bit, Matthew replied, not wanting to let on that he knew more than they suspected. Where did you hear about it? Well, Matthew became a bit nervous as he tried to explain how he knew about the Anything Goes. Fortunately, Nabiki came to his rescue. What he's trying to say, Daddy, is that he's already fought a martial artist from the Anything Goes twice, and won. Very easily, I might add. Everyone looked over to where Akan was standing. She was clearly upset that her own sister would mention those flukes. It was bad enough that Talbane was in her home, but to be ridiculed like this was unacceptable. So you practice the martial arts, eh? The substitute Ranma commented. I'd like to have a match with you someday. Well, maybe later, Matthew said, then decided to leave before things became more complicated. He then took Nabiki's hand, which made the girl blush even more. Come on, Nabiki. Let's get going. The two exited the Tendo home in a flash. Some time later, the sun began to set as the two exited a movie theater. That was a great movie, Nabiki said as she tossed away the remnants of her bag of popcorn. Yeah, well, it wasn't bad, though I kind of wish it wasn't a cheesy horror movie, Matthew commented. Those producers didn't know squat about werewolves. Nabiki giggled a bit. Oh, and what are you, a werewolf expert? She asked teasingly. I thought it was really scary. None. It was too overdramatic. I mean, most of the time, the werewolf just made faces and gestures like some dope, making that girl scream and scream and scream, before he finally killed her. Well, I'd be scared too if I ran into a real, live werewolf. Her casual comment caused the young wolf fighter to stiffen up a bit. He looked at her questioningly and asked, "Would you really?" Nabiki smiled, thinking that he was still joking around. She put on a cute little face and said in a girly tone, "Oh, yes. They're so scary. I'd faint dead away if I were to see one." She then laughed out loud. "Oh, come on, Matt. We all know that werewolves, vampires, and ghosts are just make-believe. They're not real." "Yeah, I guess they are," he said quietly as they continued to walk down the streets of Tokyo. Nabiki got even closer to him, then wandered toward the Tokyo Museum. "Hey, look over there. That's where they're showing the new ancient Egyptian exhibit. Let's go check it out." The werewolf stopped suddenly as his mystical senses detected something emanating from the building. It felt as if some ancient presence was blanketing the entire structure. Nabiki became puzzled at her date's reluctance to head toward the museum, then began pulling at his arm. "Oh, come on, Matt. If you're not scared of movie monsters, then you shouldn't be afraid of a dried-up mummy." After a little more prodding and pleading, she finally got Matthew to agree to go see the exhibit. Helsing headquarters. Sir Integra, our psychic detectors had picked up a huge emanation of spiritual energies coming from the downtown Tokyo area, at the museum. The leader of Helsing nodded to the officer. "That is where the new Egyptian exhibit is taking place, isn't it? And if those artifacts are steeped in supernatural energies, then they are certain to attract those freak vampires, and perhaps Demetri Maximoff himself. Standard procedure, Sir Integra?" "Yes, and Alucard and Victoria present as well. The reports are that John Talbane's son is nearby and he might get involved in this. I made a promise to Enslade to look out for Talbane's son, and this may be an opportunity to destroy the freak vampire presence in Japan, as well as eliminate a vampire noble. I imagine that Alucard would be pleased to go up against a powerful foe." The soldier commented. "Indeed. Though I would suggest that a warning be passed among the troops. Whatever happens, they must not disturb the sarcophagus of the pharaoh Anachariz. According to the ancient texts that I had read, the curse shall befall whoever desecrates the sacred vessel of the Egyptian king. Surely you do not believe in such rubbish." Integra's grim stare immediately silenced her subordinate. Then in a firm tone, she said, "You are a member of an ancient organization, with the sole purpose of destroying vampires and other creatures of the night that threaten the British Empire and the world. We have a powerful vampire lord as our most formidable weapon against these enemies, plus one former police officer who is now his disciple. We are allied with the enslaved clan, whose heir happens to be a succubus. We are also aware of two members of the most powerful lycanthrope clan in existence. Now, what did you just say about a certain pharaoh's curse?" The young officer gulped and bowed his head in shame. "I'll pass the warning to the battle groups." He then left the office in a hurry. The Tokyo Museum. Matthew did not like it. The entire building seemed to be blanketed in the mystical energies of the pharaoh's tomb, which had been building for over 3,000 years. It put his mystical senses on high alert, and it took all of his willpower not to be overwhelmed by them. Nebiki, of course, was unaware of the potential dangers as she frolicked about the displays of gold and bejeweled artifacts. Though she knew that she wouldn't be able to get her hands on any of it, the feeling of being surrounded by such wealth was nice, and it allowed her to dream. "You're really into this stuff, aren't you?" Matthew commented. "Oh, well, a girl can dream, can't she?" Nebiki replied as she gazed upon an elaborate brooch. "Ooh, did you ever see so much?" "Yeah, well, it's not like we can have any of it." Matthew shrugged his shoulders and was glad that just about all of the artifacts were made of gold and gemstones, with very little silver about. There wasn't enough to give him more than a mild burn. Just then, Nebiki began tugging at his arm. "Come on. I want to see the pharaoh's sarcophagus. It's nothing but a fancy coffin, Nebiki." "Yeah, a coffin that's made of solid gold and decorated with gems and jade. Come on." As the two headed toward the center of the museum, an ancient presence began to stir. Outside, the sun began to reach the horizon as the creatures of the night prepared to converge on the building. Things were about to get hairy. Matthew grimaced as he and Nebiki stood before the sarcophagus, which was being displayed on a large pedestal. The source of the supernatural energies was centered around the casket, and the young werewolf was getting nauseous at the influx of mystical power. His date, however, was too absorbed into the display to notice that he was getting lightheaded. She began reading the inscription's translation located near the foot of the display. "Whoever dares to disturb the eternal slumber of the supreme pharaoh shall be forever cursed by the wrath of Anakarais." "Hey Nebiki, we've spent enough time here, so why don't we go for a sundae?" Matthew suggested. "I mean, the museum is going close soon anyway, and I'm not too sure we should be out after dark." He mentally added as he looked toward a window and saw the sun touching the horizon. Just about all of the museum's patrons had already left. "Oh, just a few minutes, okay? This is really interesting stuff," the Tendo girl said as she gazed upon the vessel, which contained the remains of the one who once ruled ancient Egypt. Old history had always been something of a hobby for Nebiki, as she had always believed that learning from past mistakes of others, she could make a better future for herself. It was then that Matthew's animalistic senses went into overdrive. Several smaller sources of supernatural energies began to converge on the building as the last vestiges of daylight faded away. Just then, the lights of the museum went out suddenly, plunging the entire building into darkness. The middle Tendo daughter was shocked to be suddenly lost in the dark. Her heart rate then pounded like a jackhammer when a strong hand grabbed at her wrist. "Whoa! Whoa! Hold on, Nebiki. It's just me," Matthew said quickly to reassure her. He, of course, had no problem with the dark, due to his Lupine heritage. His night vision was already determining the outlines of the room, and his sense of smell had zeroed in on his date's scent. Nebiki calmed down at the sound of his voice. What happened to the lights? Did the museum blow a fuse? I don't know. Look, we'd better get out of here. Matthew then began leading her to the nearest exit, taking care not to bump into anything. Soon's daughter was a bit surprised that her date was leading her so easily through the darkness. How was he avoiding the display cases and other artifacts, without stumbling into anything? The main exhibit hall was cluttered with various objects and such. It was difficult to navigate around them when the room was lit, let alone with no lights at all. I can't see a thing. Are sure you know where we're going? Positive. Oh, and watch out for that pillar on your left. WHOMP. You okay, Nebiki? I think so. How did you know about that pillar? I can't see anything. I got a photographic memory for my surroundings. I remember where everything was before the lights went out. You must have a 3D memory, she commented as she was being led closer to the exit. Just then, Matthew stopped as his senses picked up something evil. His date bumped into his muscular back. Matthew? What's wrong? John's son said nothing for a long moment as he picked up the ominous footsteps of someone, or something approaching them. He began to discern several individual footsteps that were definitely not human. Their scents were putrid and reeked of blood. He could feel hours of unending thirst for more blood and the hunger for human flesh. Looking about, he saw an alcove, in which a large, oak display case stood. He then whispered to the now-nervous girl standing beside him. Nebiki, there's a large case about 10 feet to your left. Hide behind it and don't come out until I tell you. Huh? What do you mean? What's going on? No time to explain. Please. You've got to hide now. With those words, he pushed her toward the display case, just as something hideous smashed through the skylight, as well as through several other windows. Nebiki landed hard on her stomach behind the case, just as the sounds of shattering windows were heard. She quickly raised up her arms to shield her head from the shards of falling glass and splinters. Then she heard something else. It was a noise that she was very familiar with. After all, she heard it every day at school when Neko-ken pounded on her many admirers, especially Kuno. However, the sounds of combat were much more brutal. As she heard the distinctive snap, crackle and pop of splintering bones, as well as rending flesh. Then there was that smell, the stench of rotting meat and blood. It threatened to overwhelm her, but her innate curiosity won out. She just had to see what was going on and what had become of Matthew. Due to the broken windows, the light of the street lamps and the half-moon filtered through, allowing her to see the carnage that was being wreaked upon the museum. The dark figures looked like animated corpses, which in fact they were, as they converged upon one person, who was fighting with all the ferocity of a cornered wolf. And that was the most dangerous kind. Matthew showed no mercy as he ripped through the ranks of ghouls with punches, slashes, kicks and blows from his nunchakus. He had to finish them off quickly and get Nebiki out, before he was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. He shattered heads, punched holes in torsos and severed limbs, splattering the insides of the ghouls on the floor, coating the tiles in slimy gore. But still, they kept on coming. The middle Tendo daughter stared in both fear and awe. She was one of the very few to see the tall Werewolf style at its fiercest. It made Neko-ken's skill look like play fighting. Matthew displayed a kind of feral brutality, yet also a kind of grace that defied description. He had a strength that was seemingly inhuman, and moved with speed and agility that was simply not to be believed. The monsters fell like bloody dominoes before his power, and every now and then, she would see his fists, legs or weapon glow with an eerie light, making their impacts even more spectacular. She then gasped as Matthew let loose with a howl and shot forward like a comet. She had seen this move before, but the intensity of the attack made her believe that the last time, he had been holding back. The ghouls let off screams of pain as they were torn apart by Matthew's beast cannon. However, as the wolf fighter finished the maneuver, he impacted against the sarcophagus of Anakari's, breaking the seal of the casket and jolting the lid open. As the lid fell away, an ancient power was released. The ghouls found themselves blinded by a sudden flash of light as the sarcophagus shuddered and trembled. Within it, a massive figure began to rise. Matthew tensed up into a defensive pose with his nunchakus held out at the ready. His adrenaline was pumping hard and his heart rate accelerated as he saw something that had not walked the earth for more than 3 millennia. The mummy had awakened from his slumber. The cloth-wrapped horror was over 9 feet tall and was more massive than a sumo wrestler. He wore the ceremonial headdress of the pharaoh, and on his wrists were banded bracers. His face was mostly wrapped in cloth, but the young werewolf could make out some of the rotted flesh of his visage. The eyes were empty, dry sockets, but they glowed with a ghostly light as they focused in on him. The mindless ghouls began to attack the newcomer, but Anakari's considered them as nothing more than annoyances. As they came upon him, the undead ruler of Egypt raised his arms and cried out with a ghastly shout. The ghouls began to shrivel into dry husks as their essences were being drained away. In less than an instant, all of the remaining blood-hungry creatures were reduced to piles of ash, courtesy of the pharaoh's curse. Then, Anakari's turned his attention toward Matthew and attacked. It took all of the werewolf's speed and agility to evade, as the mummy's arms suddenly stretched out and the hands became gigantic serpent heads. The fangs dripped acidic venom as they missed their target and blasted the wall behind him. However, Matthew was not in the clear as the mummy retracted his arms, then changed its body shape, catching him off guard by floating above him, and delivering a downward shot with his right arm. Before he could recover, Matthew found himself trapped in Anakari's grasp. The undead king's wrappings became alive like snakes and coiled about his victim, threatening to squeeze the life out of him. He began to black out and knew that there was no choice. With a howl, he triggered his transformation to hybrid form. In a flash, he used his claws to cut himself free. At that point, Nabuki beheld the true nature of Matthew Okamitolbane, and he looked far more awesome than any movie monster. She could see why he hadn't thought that film they saw wasn't scary. Normally, an opportunity such as this would have meant big end to her, but earning money was the furthest thing from her mind at the moment. She could scarcely believe all this was real, even it was happening right in front of her. And her gaze became fixed upon her werewolf date as he battled against the mummified king of ancient Egypt. He said, "Werewolf. A real, live werewolf. Wow. He's incredible." Nabuki couldn't tear her eyes off the muscular, furry figure, as he darted about Anakarai's attacks and retaliated in kind. She had seen martial arts battles in the past, but none compared to what she witnessed this night, especially fighting against a shape-shifting, undead pharaoh. Matthew let loose with a howl as he charged him with another beast cannon attack, this time at full power. However, Anakarai's anticipated the move and became as solid as his sarcophagus, deflecting the charge. Both fighters were pushed backward, but Matthew was stunned by the sudden reversal and momentarily imbalanced. The mummy took this opportunity for a sneak attack. He created a small hole in the air and put his hands into it. Another hole appeared behind the werewolf as Anakarai's hands appeared out of it and reached for his target. "Matthew! Behind you!" Acting on pure instinct to Nabuki's scream, John's son pivoted on one foot and sent his other leg up into another of his father's signature moves. Climb Razor. The energized, flying somersault kick severed the bandaged hands from their wrists, causing the mummy to let off a cry of pain as he retracted his limbs. However, the pharaoh rose into the air as his stumps regenerated their extremities. Then he glowed with power as he swiped down with his hands at his opponent. Matthew's danger instincts went off as he jumped forward, just as something massive crashed down behind him. Looking up and behind him, he saw several large, ghostly images of the sarcophagus falling down toward him. However, as they rained down on him, the werewolf took evasive action, dodging each projectile. At this point, he knew that he had to finish off this fight and now. As he got close enough to his foe, Matthew blasted forward into a beast cannon at near point-blank range. This caught Anakarai's off guard and slammed him backward. Then the young werewolf let loose with his strongest technique, Dragon Cannon. Focusing his ki and supernatural energies, he held out his nunchakus and released that power in the form of 7 flame images of wolves, contained in a stream that resembled a dragon's fiery breath. Anakarai's was caught fully by the blast and was reduced into a charred carcass on the museum floor. The mummy let off an inhuman shriek as it was transformed into ashes. Then all became silent. Matthew panted hard as he braced himself against a display case. The fight had taken nearly everything out of him, and he was certain that he could not fight any more this night. But at least, it was over. Chaos Flare. The fireball caught the werewolf completely by surprise, as it burned into his back and caused great pain. The wolf fighter fell forward, losing his grip on his nunchakus. Even his accelerated regenerative abilities would not heal the wound quickly, especially due to the projectile's magical properties. Before Matthew could recover, a dark figure appeared before his fallen form. With impossible speed, Dmitry Maximov grabbed hold of his victim by the throat and hauled him up with one hand. The vampire smiled, showing off his fangs as he gazed upon his captive. "Well now, if it isn't Talbane's whelp, I still must pay you back for interrupting my meal that last time. Arrgh! Let go, you blood-sucking bastard!" Matthew snarled as he tried to pry himself from Maximov's grip. However, he was in no condition to go up against a vampire noble, especially after being weakened from his earlier fight with the ghouls and Anakirais. Dmitry paid no heed to Matthew's words as he considered what to do with him. Killing him was, of course, first on the agenda, and the death of this youngster would most certainly be a fitting revenge against Talbane. At that moment, he felt a certain hunger. Like Alucard, Dmitry had no taste for werewolf blood, so draining Matthew would not do. He wanted to have something nice and warm to slake his thirst. The blood of a virgin would be best, and that was when he sensed the presence of just such a person. Smiling, he looked over to where Nebiki was hiding and cast his hypnotic gaze upon her. "Come to me," the noble ordered. Nebiki was already in a state of shock when the vampire noble appeared and dragged Matthew's life by the throat. When he began staring at her with those eyes, she felt her body stiffen and rebel against her mind. Slowly but surely, she started to emerge from behind the display case and walk toward the bloodsucker. Her soul screamed out in protest, but her voice remained silent as she neared Maximov. "Leave her alone," Matthew snarled, then called out to Nebiki. "Nabiki, wake up. Don't listen to him. Run away." However, the tender girl, like her elder sister before her, was completely in Maximov's power as she stopped before them and raised her head up, exposing her throat to the vampire. Dmitry smiled as he bent his head down and opened his mouth toward her warm. "KOM." Dmitry was thrown backward as something impacted with his right shoulder, causing his to release his hold on both Talbane's son and Nebiki. The injured werewolf dropped to the floor as the girl shook herself out of her trance. It was then that she heard a compelling voice in her head. "Take the werewolf and get out here, girl." Nebiki didn't know what was happening, but when she looked down and saw the battered form of Matthew, she immediately knelt down and grabbed hold of one arm. She was momentarily fascinated by his furry, but well-defined form, then focused at the task at hand. The werewolf was barely conscious as he staggered to his feet and leaned against the girl for support. The two made their way out of the building, just as Dmitry roared in pain and anguish. Maximov was enraged that his feeding was once again interrupted, as well as being denied the chance to destroy Talbane's son. As he got to his feet, he looked down at his shoulder and winced as he felt a familiar burning sensation. It felt as if someone had stabbed him with the silver of the Holy Cross. A mere bullet would not have caused him such pain. So what had he been shot with and by whom? Hello there, Maximoff. Long time no see. The vampire looked up and saw a certain figure standing in the rafters of the ceiling. He became even more enraged as he recognized the figure, who happened to be holding a smoking gun, which happened to fire bullets made from a smelted blessed cross. Alucard smiled as he levitated down to face off against his adversary. The two vampire lords stared each other down as their dark energies filled the entire building, like a shadowy blanket. "You filthy traitor!" Demetri snarled. "I have not forgotten you or Talbane, the last time we met. And I have also heard that you now serve a human master, as a vampire killer. How pathetic that one of our kind now hunts his own. That is none of your concern." Alucard said simply as he leveled his gun at his target, aiming for the heart. Relatively speaking for a vampire. "You call yourself a vampire lord? I can sense that you have killed many of our kind. I can also smell the stench of your human master about you. You willingly serve the mortals. We are the masters of darkness and the humans are but food to us. Do you seek the extinction of our race?" Alucard paused for a long time, before finally replying with a feigned smile. Neko-ken. To be continued. Author's notes with new inspiration and ideas, plus a lot of feedback from my readers. Beast Within is really taking off and I decided that it will become a regular fic. However, like yin and yang, I'd have to give up one of my other stories to make time for it, and so I'm afraid that Gundam Warblade will be regulated into the discontinued pile for now. In any case, the next chapter will be about Nebuki's reaction to Matthew's family secret and of course, the battle between two of the baddest vampires in online. See you there. 1. Remember, Ryoga has been brainwashed into thinking he's Ranma. Matthew is really Ranma. 2. Well, what did you expect? Did you think Ryoga could keep his secret from Akan without Ranma? 3. Remember that Genma has raised Ryoga, as he did with Ranma, so of course, he would instill that I'm the best attitude. Asterisk Chapter 5 Asterisk Chapter 4 History The Beast Within Disclaimer Ranma 1/2 Darkstalkers Helsing and whatever else I decide to add to the insanity belong to their respective creators. Chapter 4 History The Tokyo Museum shuddered as two of the most destructive vampire lords on Earth battled it out. Neko-ken. Demetri bit down on the pain as another one of Alucard's silver rounds shot through his left arm. He hissed as he levitated himself above his opponent, then disappeared in a cloud of mist. Alucard smiled as he used his own vampire senses to search for his opponent. He was enjoying this fight. He hadn't been so entertained since that confrontation with Incognito. Demetri was not like those freak vampires, or else Alucard's explosive, Blessed silver bullets would have torn him apart on impact. They were doing damage, but weren't killing him. Yet, it would take many shots to destroy the blood-sucking noble. That sweet Delucard just fine. That meant that the fun would last all night. Dimitri reappeared just above his foe and dived down feet first. His bat wings surrounded this lower trunk like a drill, and he smiled evilly as he dug into Alucard's chest, causing gore and fluids to splatter all over the exhibits. However, the Helsing agent had been waiting for such a move. At this range, he couldn't miss. Raising his gun and pointing it at Dimitri's face, he pulled the trigger. Boom! Dimitri shrieked as his face exploded into flame, forcing him backward. As for Alucard, he staggered slightly, but stood on his feet, with a huge, bloody hole in his chest. He disregarded the injury as a minor annoyance. In seconds, the gaping tear sealed itself up. His opponent, however, was not quite as fortunate. His face was now disfigured with frayed and burned flaps of skin hanging off it. However, his rage made him ignore the injury as he glared at the undead warrior in the red trench coat. "You'll all pay for that," the vampire noble roared. "I'd like to see you collect," Alucard retorted. With another roar of fury, Dimitri suddenly transformed into multiple red bats and swarmed Alucard with a vengeance. Numerous flash marks appeared all over his body as the demon horde technique threatened to cut him to ribbons. The bats reunited together to form Maximoff again, but this time he was behind Alucard. Not giving him a chance to recover, he focused his power and let loose with a huge fireball. Demon Flare. The blast caught Alucard squarely in the back, sending him flying forward several meters, causing him to crash into several display cases. When he got back to his feet, Integra's dark servant looked down at his gun and saw that the slide and barrel were cracked and useless. With a sigh, he threw the broken weapon away, while Maximoff began to taunt him. "Oh, did I break the toy that your human master gave to you?" He laughed mockingly at his foe. Alucard was not amused as he held up both gloved hands, and displayed the mystic seals imprinted on the back of each hand. "I liked that gun. It let me deal with minor annoyances without having to soil my hands with their filth. Then again, I suppose there is something to be said to working with one's own hands." The symbols on his hands began to glow as Alucard began to grow in power. Release limiters ... level 3. Maximoff laughed even harder as he continued to mock the other vampire. "Ha! You even let your human master restrain your true power." Alucard, however, grinned at Dimitri's ignorance. The younger vampires never did respect their elders. Dimitri was a mere 8 centuries old. Alucard had already been ancient by the time Integral Lingates had found him in her family's cellar. Actually, I find it rather challenging to defeat a powerful foe with a minimal amount of power. It is so boring to crush your foes with overwhelming strength. I believe level 3 should be sufficient. You should fight me with all your power, if you think to defeat me. You needed the help of that werewolf, The last time we met, Dimitri powered up for another assault. How very little you know, Maximoff. I wasn't exactly myself 10 years ago. However, I won't need Talbane's help this time. And you should know better than to disrespect your elders. At that moment, the vampire lords let loose with massive blasts of dark energy. Dimitri fired off another demon flare, but Alucard released a wave of darkness that snuffed out all light, including the evil energies of Dimitri's attack. The demon flare was swallowed up into the shadows, and the vampire noble realized that he was up against a foe that was far more fearsome than he imagined. The darkness that Alucard summoned up was much colder than even he had ever experienced. In moments, he was enveloped by the shadows, and it felt as if an infinite number of fangs were digging into his body, draining the essences he had stolen from others and sapping his power. In a sheer twist of irony, one vampire was sucking the other dry. Outside of the museum, Sears Victoria and the other Helsing troops were busy taking care of the remaining ghouls that were lurking about. They had been ordered not to enter the building until Alucard had dealt with Maximoff. As the disciple of Alucard blew away several of the freak vampires, her supernatural senses detected two presences making their way away from the museum via the rear exit. Her night vision made out the form of a teenage girl and a certain werewolf leaning against her. Sears recognized the injured form of Matthew Talbane. She considered calling in some of the troops to help them, but all hands were busy dealing with the undead. However, she made certain that the two would get away by laying down a barrage of covering fire. Nebiki strained hard as she continued to help her potential love interest to safety. She found it a bit odd for her to think of him as such, especially after all she had seen this night. And yet it felt right for some reason. So he becomes more hairy during a full moon. That made him more interesting, and she was beginning to like men with hairy chests, especially well-muscled ones. And he did fight to protect her from those other monsters. In this form, he had even more animal magnetism about him, and his exotic appearance was curiously appealing. Forget those fake movie werewolves. Being this close to the real thing made her heart beat like a jackhammer, but not out of fear. His scent was like a heady musk aftershave, and it tingled her nose. His fur was lush and almost silken in texture. I wonder what kind of conditioner he uses. What am I thinking? Matthew was lighter than she had expected, despite the increase in height and musculature. They managed to get more than a block away from the museum, when it suddenly exploded in a pillar of dark energy. The shockwaves of the blast caused nearby store windows to shatter and the ground to tremble. Nebiki stumbled and nearly fell flat on her face, when a strong, furry arm snaked around her waist and braced her. She looked to her lycanthrope date as he smiled at her, showing some impressive fangs. The werewolf nodded. "Thanks for getting my furry butt out of there." His ears then twitched as they picked up the distant sounds of police sirens and fire alarms. I know this our first date, but would you mind if I took you to my place? Normally, Nebiki would have slapped a boy for suggesting something like that, but in this case she made an exception and nodded. Feeling some of his strength return, he immediately swept her off her feet, and leapt up to a nearby rooftop. In mere moments, he was bounding across the tops of buildings and houses and was gone from the scene. Later, John Talbane was getting worried as he had not yet heard from his son. Matthew had promised to return before nightfall, but it was getting very late. He was about to go out and look for him when he heard a light knock at the front door. When he opened the door, he was quite surprised to see his son, in hybrid form, being supported by a short-haired girl. She timidly waved at him, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that she knew about the family secret. "Hello, Mr. Talbane. I'm Nebiki Tendo." A few minutes later, John offered as he and Nebiki sat in the living room. Matthew was in his room, resting up from his battle with Anakarise. "Oh, thank you." The girl nodded as she held up the cup to her lips, and took a sip. "This is a very nice blend. I picked it up in Brussels last month. Now then, I would like to know just what kind of impression you made, for my son to have revealed our family secret on the first date." Soon's daughter gulped as she looked into John's eyes. This was not like talking to her emotional father or one of Furinken's teachers. She could see some of John's features in Matthew as they both emitted a kind of feral presence that warranted extreme caution. "You did not want to get them mad at you." John noted that her hand was slightly trembling as the cup rattled against the saucer. That was to be expected. She kept on gazing at him, as if she was waiting for him to grow another head. Or in his case, sprout fur, fangs, claws and a tail. He could practically smell her anxiety. His expression softened as he said in a more comforting tone, "I'm not going to bite, Miss Tendo. Unless you give me a reason to. I just want to know what happened tonight. And to answer the questions running about in your mind, yes, I do change with the full moon, and no, I'm not like those things that are shown on the late-night horror channel." This assurance got her to calm down as she began to slowly describe the events of the night. When she finished 15 minutes later, Matthew's father nodded and sighed. "Well, I suppose Matthew had no choice, especially going up against an undead Egyptian king. And you say that you saw 2 vampires?" The girl shuddered as she remembered how close Demetri's fangs were from giving her the nightmare of all hickeys. Then she remembered glimpsing that other bloodsucker with the trench coat. "I'm not sure which one was scarier. The one that almost bit me or the one with the big gun?" "The one with the big gun, definitely. I should know. Alucard's a friend of mine." Nebiki's eyes widened at his casual comment. "You are friends with a vampire?" When John gave her a cynical expression, she immediately bowed her head. "Sorry. After all I saw, that was a stupid question." She became silent for a very long time, as her mind took in all that she had witnessed and tried to make sense of the whole thing. Werewolves, vampires and mummies. Oh my! She smiled a bit as she heard Kasumi's catchphrase in her head. Now the big question was, what was she going to do? She finally looked up to face Matthew's father again and asked, "So, are all of your family?" John held up a hand as his sensitive hearing picked up a sound coming from his son's room. "I believe that I will let my son answer all the questions you may have about our family, if he so chooses. Now the only question I have for you, Miss Tendo, is what are you going to do, once you know?" Nabiki gulped again as she considered her options. Now the Tibetan family represented a potential gold mine. With the money she could make off to actual werewolves, she could set herself and the Tendo clan for a life. The near infinite possibilities had her mind almost spinning. Scientists would pay through the nose to experiment on their transforming ability and hybrid forms. Contracts in the movie business would be very lucrative. Then there were thoughts of commercial endorsements, publicity stunts and entertainment possibilities. She could make more yen in a month than all of her other businesses could in 10 years. Then her reasonable side began considering the more realistic aspects of her situation. Two powerful, supernatural beings could mean instant death for her, if they did not wish to be exploited. Oh, Matthew's father had assured her that she would not be harmed. He had also told her that he wouldn't bite unless she gave him a reason to. Then there was the fact that Matthew had risked his life to save her. She couldn't just use him like that after he had thought to protect her from those monsters. And there were her feelings for him as well. He was the only boy who had ever paid attention to her, and Nabiki blushed as she remembered how, okay, she admitted it, sexy he looked in his hybrid form. That exotic and feral body had really given her libido a charge. She liked how fine his fur was, and those muscles underneath. The girl sighed as she realized that her emotions were heavily involved in this matter, which of course upset her usual calculations. So, she decided to take the more conservative approach, which was to gather more information. Above everything else, she had to know everything about her boyfriend. Boyfriend. I like the sound of that. At that point, John's son entered the living room. He was back in his human form and nearly all of his injuries had healed. He was currently only dressed in his pants with his chest bare. As he stood at the doorway, Matthew gazed upon Soon's middle daughter for a long time, then spoke to his father. "Dad, I think it's too late to take Nabiki home, so why not let her spend the night here?" John nodded as he addressed her. "I think that would be best. We should call your home and tell your family that you'll be staying here." "Well, Nabiki began, but Matthew's father cut her off. "We insist, Miss Tendo. The streets are not exactly what one would call safe at night. Especially after what you two had just went through, wouldn't you say? It would be best that we wait until morning." She had to agree with him on that point. With vampires and ghouls roaming about, waiting for daybreak would be the most sensible thing to do. Still, that would mean that she would be in the same apartment with the werewolves for the night, and that made her very uneasy. Then again, given the choice, she'd rather be with two werewolves than with two vampires and a horde of bloodthirsty ghouls. She nodded as she was directed toward the phone. Speaking of vampires, the Tokyo Museum had been totally demolished, as the Helsing troops searched the rubble for any surviving ghouls, or signs of the vampire noble Dmitry Maximoff. They were also in the midst of creating a cover-up to fool the authorities, destroying all evidence of what had occurred this night. The lie was that burglars had tried to rob the Egyptian exhibit and had set a fire to make it look like arson. Standing nearby with his disciple, Alucard surveyed the carnage he had wrought and chuckled. Though the fight had technically ended with no clear winner, Alucard's opponent had escaped. The Helsing vampire had enjoyed the battle. He was looking forward to going up against Dmitry again, once Maximoff recovered from being nearly annihilated. That'll teach him to respect his elders. Flying above Tokyo, a battered and nearly dead bat struggled to keep aloft. Dmitry was in serious pain. He had not expected his opponent to be so formidable. For a vampire to have achieved that level of mastery over the dark forces meant that Alucard was indeed older than Maximoff. A lot older. However, John Talbane's archenemy was not going to forget this insult. Older or not, he will have his revenge upon the Helsing agent. If he could not attack Alucard directly, then perhaps he could strike through his human master and others close to him. For now, he needed to find a place to recover and replenish his power. "I'll be fine, Daddy," Nabiki assured, as she spoke to her father on the phone. "No, you don't have to come pick me up. Besides, it's much safer if I stay here. Daddy, I'm a big girl now. Besides, Matthew's father insisted and says that he'll bring me directly back home first thing in the morning. Don't worry. But allow me," John said as he took the receiver from Nabiki. "Hello, Mr. Tendo? I'm Matthew's father, Johnny Talbane. Yes, my son and I had decided that it would be too dangerous for Nabiki to return home tonight. I'm certain that by now, you've heard the news about the museum exploding. Yes, a terrible thing, and it was fortunate that our kids got out before it happened. No, your daughter is safe. In fact, she was the one who helped my son when he was injured, and in return, I'm offering her the hospitality of my home. Would you please calm down, Tendo-san? Don't worry. I promise you that my son will be on his best behavior, and that Nabiki will retain her purity." The middle Tendo daughter blushed as she heard that part of the conversation. Okay, she was a virgin, but her father didn't have to embarrass her like that. She could only imagine soon going into his demon head right now. "Mr. Tendo, Nabiki will be safe. So drop it." John's voice became lower and a lot more forceful. He also growled, like a wolf. This caused the other man on the line to squeak meekly. Nabiki was quite surprised to hear her father suddenly go from emotional ranting to absolute compliance, just from a change in John's voice. It was then that she noticed that Matthew's father looked more agitated, like a wolf that was about to tear into an annoying pest. "Thank you, Mr. Tendo. We'll bring back Nebiki at around 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. Good night." John sighed as he hung up the phone. Just before the receiver came down on the hook, Nebiki caught some snatches of someone else screaming angrily. She could guess who that was. "Well, now that we've settled that," he turned to Matthew, who was now dressed for bed and had some spare clothes for their guest. "Son, is everything ready?" The younger werewolf nodded as he led the girl to his room. "So this is the room of a werewolf," Nebiki commented as she looked about Matthew's room. She then gave him a smirk. "Or should I call this your den?" Matthew retorted as he showed her a pair of futongs laid out on the floor. The room itself was utilitarian, with very little to show in the way of the personality of its occupant. There was a closet, a desk, and a small dresser drawer. As Nebiki sat down on one of the futongs, he handed her a set of clothes. "Here. I hope these will fit." She took the offered garments and looked them over. They consisted of a pair of flannel pants and shirt, which she could use as temporary sleepwear. She assumed they were his, considering they were larger than what she normally wore to bed. Matthew then gestured to the bathroom. "You can go wash up if you want to." "Thank you. I think I will." As Nebiki stood in the shower and let the warm waters wash away the tension she had built up during this night, she let off a contented sigh, and began to think about the boy who was waiting in the next room. She had so many questions and didn't know where to start. She was in the home of real werewolves. She had seen natural vampires, ghouls and a walking mummy. She wondered if reality had decided to leave the world and turn fantasy into fact. As a little girl, she had always stood by reason and logic. There was no time in her childhood for play and imagination. Not after her mother had passed away. She had been forced to grow up, when her father reverted to being an immature crybaby. With Kasumi wrapped up in the household chores and Neko-ken wrapped up in her martial arts, it was up to her to manage the finances and keep them from ending up on the streets. She had been too busy with facts and figures to enjoy playing make-believe with the other kids. Her mother's life insurance policy ran out when she was 12, and being too young to get a job, and her father losing all of his students by that time, Nebiki had to resort to less than honorable ways to earn income. She wasn't proud of what she had done, but it was something that had to be done, and at least she could control it. And in order to do those things, she had to suspend her sense of morals. Emotions would only hamper her, and to keep the family going, she could not let things such as guilt get in the way. Now, things had gotten more serious and she wondered if she could actually go through with this. Dimitri couldn't believe he was going through with this. To think that a vampire lord would be reduced to these desperate measures. His battle with Alucard had nearly depleted all of his power and he needed to feed. However, He was so badly injured and powerless that he couldn't even entrance a victim and drain his or her blood. And so he was forced to resort to other means to satiate his bloodlust. To that end he managed to break into a hospital's basement through a broken window, and was now just entering the building's blood bank. The bat shivered in the cold storage unit, as he looked up at the rows and rows of containers filled with whole blood and plasma. Though the precious fluids would replenish his power, he hated the idea of taking the blood from this place. He wanted to sink his fangs into the warm throat of a victim, not the cold, sterile bags that were kept here. He could have attempted to sneak into a patient's room and pounce upon a sedated victim, but in his weakened state, he couldn't risk discovery by a nurse. The other option was to drain the cadavers that were in the morgue. But who knew what kind of preservatives and chemicals were tainting the blood in them? The idea of sucking blood from corpses was repugnant to him. He wasn't like those mindless ghouls and freak vampires that he had heard about. With a sigh of resignation, Demetri flapped up to the nearest shelf. Taking a deep breath, Nebiki came out of the bathroom and entered Matthew's bedroom. The makeshift pajamas she wore were somewhat baggy on her more slender form, but they would suffice. She saw Matthew in his human form, sitting near the doorway to the apartment's balcony, and staring absently up at the stars and the moon in particular. The werewolf seemed at peace as he gazed at the orb in the sky. Nebiki slowly walked toward him, then quietly sat down opposite to him. Nothing was said between them for the longest time, then she opened her mouth to speak. However, Matthew beat her to the punch. Yes, it's all true, Nebiki. I'm a werewolf, my dad's a werewolf, and so have all my male ancestors for the last 2,000 years. The Tendo girl tried to think of how to break the tension between them. There was just so much she wanted to know. All of your male ancestors? Matthew continued to look up at the sky while answering her. That's the power and the curse of the Talbane family. If you're a boy, you're most definitely going to grow fangs, fur and claws, not to mention have a deadly allergy to silver. Talbane? Don't you mean Talbane? No. I'm talking about my real family name. The Talbanes have been around for a long time. At that point, Matthew began telling her about the history of the strongest lycanthrope clan in the world. My old man told me about our family. Around the year 50 BCE, a member of a noble family of Great Britain had become saddled with lycanthropy, while trying to find a cure for a strange plague that was sweeping the nation. None of the healers or mystics at that time could find the reason for the sudden sickness. The only thing they could determine was that the plague was somehow connected to phases of the moon. The moon? Nebiki asked. Matthew nodded. You may think of it as just a big hunk of rock circling the earth, but it happens to represent a lot more. It's a source of power, reflecting light off the sun and stars, as well as being a place in which other supernatural forces tend to congregate, depending on its position from the earth. You don't really expect me to believe? Nebiki then stopped as Matthew looked at her with a cynical expression. Right, I keep forgetting who I'm talking to. And then again, there's those Jews and Kyo curses of the Sodoms. Well, anyway, my distant ancestor was a herbalist. He came across a very rare plant, which seemed to thrive in moonlight. It had very sharp thorns and amazingly, its flowers bloomed only once a century, during the time of a full moon. He thought it may hold the secret to a cure to the plague, and so he used some of the plant's thorns in a potion, along with some other ingredients, and tested it on himself. He used it on himself. He too was affected by the plague. He had hoped that his mixture would work, and it did. Well, he was cured. In a sense, he was rendered forever immune to the plague, but in doing so, he sealed the fate of the Talbane family forever. The plant he used was a rare vegetation that was later named as the Luna Thorn. It was highly affected by the light of the full moon and it now ran in his blood. And that's what turned him into a werewolf? Not quite. There was a second catalyst that was needed. A few days later, my ancestor had been attacked by a pack of wolves, while walking through the forest. Several of those wolves managed to tear and bite into his flesh, before he was able to drive them away. However, that was during the night of a full moon and the Lunathorn potion he had taken began to react, along with the wolf bites and claw marks he had sustained. On that night, the Talbanes became a werewolf clan when that member transformed into something that was part man and part wolf. And the plague. Now that's a bit of irony, Matthew said with a snort. After the moon had gone through its lunar phases, the plague disappeared as quickly as it had started. All those who had not died, soon recovered. If my ancestor had simply waited, he could have gotten better and the Talbanes would never be carrying the wolf curse to this day. So now you change during the nights of a full moon? Well, in a way. Over the centuries, we Talbanes have learned to control the beast within. In demonstration, Matthew triggered his transformation to his hybrid form. This startled the girl a bit, but she soon became very fascinated by his larger, exotic body. When Matthew changed back, he continued on. Though we eventually learned how to control the transformation, we still needed to harness the animalistic urges that came with our new forms. To that end, we began to study the martial arts, eventually creating the school known as the Talbane Wolf Fist. Nebiki nodded as she took in the information. So you said before that only the males of your family become werewolves? Pretty much. The werewolf traits were passed down from generation to generation, and every male descendant have always become werewolves. It could be because the werewolf traits must be somehow connected to the Y chromosome. Nebiki thought. Usually the werewolf thing starts when the boy turns 13 or so. Matthew added. Around puberty. Makes sense. Hormone changes kicks in and instant werewolf. Interesting. In my case, it happened a lot sooner. What do you mean? I was 6 when I first became a werewolf. What happened? I'd Rather not talk about that. Nebiki could tell by the look in his eyes that it was a sore subject. She then changed to another topic. So, what's being a werewolf like? He shrugged as he replied. Well, it can be really cool. I mean, I'm stronger, faster, and I heal real well. I can see, hear, and smell things that you can't. I figured as much. Nebiki nodded as she remembered back to that time in the museum. Three-dimensional memory, my butt. You can see in the dark, right? Sorry about lying to you about that. I wasn't sure if you'd accept my... Okay, I'll give you that. But it's not like I don't believe in magic, especially when I've got a couple of really weird people living in my house. Huh? You mean the Sodoms? Matthew asked. That would explain that weirdness I sensed from that guy. Ranma. You got it. You see when they came to our place. Flashback. This is your friend. Nebiki asked with shock as she and the rest of her family stared up at a soaking wet, giant panda, who happened to be carrying two large backpacks with one arm and a small piglet in the other. The oinker was squealing and tried to get himself out of the panda's grip, but the panda held on, even when the pork chop began biting. Outside the Tendo home, the rain continued. Akan stood with some relief. Apparently, her father's friend and that boy had decided not to come and fulfill this stupid pledge business. Well, that sweetened her just fine. She then decided to take a bath. She had worked up quite a sweat in her training and then noticed the cute little pig in the panda's arms. The poor little thing was soaked to the bone and looked downright miserable. She decided that a good hot soak was what it needed. Oh, come on, P-chan. Don't be afraid. I'm sure that a nice hot soak will do us both a world of good. The piglet struggled in Akan's arms as she was about to disrobe and enter the tub. It most definitely did not want to be immersed in the hot water, but... Splash! End of flashback. It turned out that Akan's little pet P-chan was actually her future fiancé and well, she reacted. Now we got to pay to have the roof fixed. So let me get this straight. This Ranma person changes into a piglet with water? Matthew asked. That would explain that extra scent I smelled when I met him. Yeah. Cold water turns him into a pig, and hot water changes him back. He and his father have some kind of curse from a place called Jews, something. Matthew supplied. Yeah. That's it. It was some training ground in China they went to. How do you know about it? Well, me and my dad have been around the world too. We made a stop in China to train under an old friend of my dad's and we've been to Juicenkyo. Do you have a curse too? No. We didn't know what the springs did, but my dad and I decided to listen to the guide and avoid them. That's a lot more than I can say for the Sodoms. Ranma's father didn't even bother to learn why Juicenkyo was called a cursed training ground. He didn't even bother to learn to read or speak a word of Chinese when he dragged Ranma there. HMPF. Sounds like Pop's alright. I pity that poor guy who's supposed to be me. The werewolf then noticed that it was getting late and decided to turn in. He let off the yawn and motioned for the foodhounds. Well, it's getting late, so I think we'd better go to sleep now. But there's still so much I want to know, and we can talk some more in the morning, okay? The next day, Nebiki awoke early and looked about the room to see Matthew gone. His foodhound was rolled up and put away, and there was no sign of him. It was then that she heard the sounds of fighting behind the apartment. She walked over to the balcony and saw two figures out in an abandoned lot. The location was surrounded by other buildings, shielding it from sight and giving the two the opportunity to spar in privacy. She became fascinated as she watched John Talbane and his son exchange blows and move with unbelievable grace and speed. She noted that Matthew was not showing any signs of the injuries he had sustained the night before. As he had told her previously, his recuperative abilities were phenomenal. The Talbane fighting style seemed to resemble acrobatic martial arts such as Kung Fu. The Talbanes fought with an emphasis on mobility, speed and quick strikes. They were not above using weapons as John pulled out a pair of nunchakus, which his son followed suit. Each maneuver was precise and designed to be effective and direct, using only enough power to do the job. They didn't care for flashiness and each move wasted no energy. She could even see some similarities to the Shoto Anything Goes martial arts, which focused on mid-air combat, especially with Matthew. She found it odd to see him move with some characteristics of Genma and Ranma's fighting style. Her eyes then widened as the two decided to kick it up a notch, by switching to their hybrid forms. It was unusual to see werewolves in broad daylight, but she became even more intrigued as the Talbanes demonstrated the full extent of their fighting style, moving at even more insane speeds and exchanging kicks and punches. To Nebiki, it looked as if they had become two fiery streaks of lightning. The battle neared its climax as Matthew blasted forward in his beast cannon move. However, John easily anticipated the maneuver and countered with his own. The elder werewolf hit his son's attack head-on, then redirected his momentum upward. The sudden change in motion caught Matthew off guard as he was sent flying skyward. His father pressed the attack by rocketing up, then changed direction several times, bouncing his offspring about like a pinball. Matthew landed hard on the ground on his back, and his father came down to end the match. WHOMP. Nebiki winced as she watched John slam his knees into his son's belly. She reasoned that in their hybrid forms, they could dish out and take more damage. If Akan had received such a blow, then she'd be out like a light. John sighed as he helped his son to his feet. Son, I've told you time and time again, the beast cannon can be used for more than just a front assault. Yeah. I still need to work on that. Matthew agreed as he changed back to his human form. His father did so as well. Both looked up toward their apartment and saw Nebiki quickly going back into Matthew's room. They smiled as they headed inside for breakfast. Later that morning, Matthew and Debbie headed back to the Tendo home and continued their conversation from the previous night. So, is it true that when a werewolf bites someone, then he or she becomes a werewolf too? Debbie asked. Well, yeah, but it's a little more complicated than what you've seen on TV. Matthew replied as he reached into the front of his shirt and pulled out a small, decorative pendant. But, as long as I wear this, I don't have to worry about it. Can I see? What is it? With his assent, she reached out and held up the pendant for a closer look. She was very interested in the gold-colored piece of jewelry, which was shaped like a wolf's head. Well, it was discovered early on that the curse of lycanthropy can be spread through a bite, but the victim becomes a weaker, more unstable version of the original. At times, the person can lose himself in the animalistic urges of his form. Those affected tend to become nothing more than mindless beasts. There were a rare few that did manage to retain their humanity, but those were under very special cases. My ancestors developed special talismans to keep ourselves from carelessly spreading the curse of the werewolf. The Tendo girl had briefly entertained the thought of becoming an exotic she-wolf, but if she had to risk losing her humanity, then perhaps it would not be a good idea. The teen wolf then chuckled at a memory. There were times in which a few people asked me and my dad to bite them. Oh yeah. You see, there are a few people who are already aware of the existence of werewolves, and some had requested to be bitten in order to gain a portion of our power. Somewhere in China. Translated from Mandarin, in a small, rustic village, deep in the Bayankala mountain range, a group of warrior women were discussing a problem, which had recently come up. It was a problem of a supernatural nature, and they only knew of a certain family of werewolves with experience in such matters. We cannot allow this condition to continue. An Amazon elder known as Mascara declared as she and the other members of the council sat in the main conference hut. That spirit is causing havoc around the quarries. Another elder by the name of Cologne remarked. However, that ghost has resisted all attempts to contain it. Spirit wards have proven to be ineffective, and our strongest warriors cannot fight against such a foe. We should have known better than to have ignored the ancient warnings and dug into that area. It was an accident. A third elder named Lotion claimed. The miners did not know that the ancient seal of Cnko and Malin was there. The records to its location had been lost for centuries. Now is not the time to lay the blame on anyone. Cologne pointed out. The real issue is what to do about this problem. Cnko has hampered work in the quarries by her haunting that area, and we need to mine out those mystic gems in our defense against the Musk and the Chinese army. Despite the fact that we possess formidable magical lore, we are still relatively inexperienced in directly dealing with supernatural foes. It was then that Cologne's great-granddaughter Shanta decided to make a suggestion. What about the Talbanes? Maybe they can help. I mean, they must know how to deal with ghosts, demons and things like that, right? She then turned to look at a heavily bandaged individual with thick lens glasses. They certainly can't do any worse than some people. What did you say? Shampoo, my darling? Mithus asked. He was nearly as deaf as he was nearsighted. After trying to take on the twin apparitions. Flashback. Mithus was ready to prove his love for Shampoo, and what better way to do it than by defeating the legendary same KO and Malin. Not only would he finally win the heart of his beloved Amazon, but he would be heralded as the hero of the village. What spirits could withstand the mighty skills and weapons at his disposal? The near-blind teen strutted toward the place where the ghosts were said to be seen and shouted out his challenge. I am Mithus, master of hidden weapons and future husband of Shampoo. Come face your defeat, you cowardly spirits. Ah! So there you are. Almost immediately, the two ghosts in question appeared before him, though they were a little confused to see their challenger shouting at a boulder. CNKO was blue-skinned, dark-haired, and wore very elaborate, colorful robes, with long, flaring sleeves. She wore a fancy hat on her head and a mischievous expression on her face. Beside her, Malin wore similar garments, but were less decorated, and she had pale skin and brown hair. Well, sister, what do we have here? Malin remarked. He claims to be a master of the hidden weapons style. This should be amusing. CNKO agreed. Mithus realized that he wasn't facing his adversaries and turned toward their voices. When he saw two very light blurs, he pointed to them and declared, "Aha! So you cowardly wraiths have finally decided to face your doom. You shall fall before the might of Mithus. The fool believes that we shall fall before him, sister," Malin remarked. "Only if we fall down laughing." CNKO smirked as she gestured to her sibling. Malin nodded as her body was suddenly engulfed within a cloud of smoke and vanished. A moment later, a strip of parchment appeared on CNKO's head, inscribed with the kanji that spelled her sister's name. At that moment, Mithus let loose with his secret weapon. Making a crossbow appear, he took aim and fired at the blur, which was CNKO. The arrow had a spirit ward attached to its head. It was the strongest spell that Mithus could get from the village mystics, and he was certain that it would work. Such was not the case for the sibling specters. Just as the arrow came within a foot of CNKO, the parchment on her head glowed, causing the arrow and the spirit ward to disintegrate harmlessly before her. Thinking that the flash of light was the spirit ward taking effect, Mithus threw his sleeves forward and launched a barrage of knives and chained weapons at his foe. However, the blades simply passed through CNKO without any damage whatsoever. Then the spirit suddenly vanished from sight only to reappear behind Mithus. Incredibly, she made a huge metal gong appear and then brandished a large mallet. She made a grand show of winding up before saying to Mithus, "Ding dong. KLONNGGGGGGGGGG." The reflect gong's shockwaves sent Mithus flying forward several meters, before landing flat on his face. When he got up, his sense of balance was off and his ears were now echoing in his head. He was in no condition to fight, especially when the apparition decided to show him just who was the true master of hidden weapons. The phantom threw out her sleeves, making a set of wicked-looking chain blades appear. SHLINK. Then she threw out a spiked ball and chain. WHOMP. Followed by some huge scissors. Snip, snip, snip. Then came a pair of spinning blades. Whir, whir, whir. Buzz, buzz. Then a really big mallet. What else? Wham, 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 wham. And then, a small, round object. With a fuse. Huh? What's this? Baby End of flashback. Champa shook her head again. What was that idiot moose thinking? Normal weapons do not work against ghosts. Magic defeats magic. Too, even she knew that. And since the only supernatural allies they knew of were the Tallbanes, it would make sense to enlist their help. She then looked back at the council as they continued discussing the idea of contacting Matthew's family. The werewolves were acquainted with the Chinese Amazons, and some members had trained in the village over the centuries. On several occasions, a few of the Amazons had attempted to induct the Tallbanes into the tribe. Such strong, mystical blood would have been a welcomed addition to their gene pool. The elders began to discuss the possibility of enlisting the help of the most powerful lycanthrope clan. In the background, Champa smiled as she thought about seeing Matthew again. Maybe this time, he would bite her. She could just imagine herself running through the forests, faster and stronger than ever before. And running by her side would be her husband. Wolves mated for a life after all. Back to Tokyo. So, there haven't been any female werewolves in your family? Matthew took on an introspective look. Well, that's not entirely true, he admitted. It's just that boys are known to be sired and they all become furry and fanged eventually. Dad said that on really rare occasions, a girl born in our family is able to become a werewolf, without having to be bitten by one. Dad's not too sure how it happens, and there haven't been many she-wolves in my family tree. So if you and I get married, then we don't worry about our daughters shedding on the carpet. Nabiki smirked a bit at his shocked expression. Just kidding. Oh, part of her played with the idea of being married to him. She then noticed that they were approaching her home and decided to stop for a moment. She looked up and gazed deeply into his gray-blue eyes and decided she would keep Matthew's secret. She could make a lot of money off him, but to have someone this special all to herself was something that she could not put a price on. This was a thing she had never experienced before, and she wasn't going to let it go so easily. Deciding that a simple goodbye would not be adequate, Nabiki went for a more intimate way of saying see you next time. Before Matthew could react, she reached up with her hands, framed his face and brought it down. Their lips met in a very soulful kiss. When they parted, the werewolf was dumbfounded at her sudden boldness. Boom. I didn't think you were the type to kiss on the first date. Nabiki smiled as she headed toward the Tendo residence. I only do that when I go out with werewolves. See you at school. Matthew could only stand and smile as he watched her go into the house. He lightly touched his lips with the tips of his fingers and nodded. He didn't have to worry about his secret being revealed. He then turned around and walked back to his home to prepare for school. Helsing headquarters. I would like to thank you for your part in saving John's son last night, Morrigan said as she spoke to Integral Gates. Behind her stood her faithful servant Walter. The leader of the Helsing organization nodded. I am pleased to hear that Talbane's heir is alive and well. It would not do for us to lose potential allies. However, the person you should be thanking is Alucard. Yes, well, I can't thank him until he comes out tonight. Morrigan pointed out, then changed the subject. Oh, I'd like to ask of another favor, which is, a certain someone will be coming to Furinken High today, and I would appreciate it if you would keep an eye on her. Integra gave the succubus a slightly suspicious expression. This wouldn't happen to be a girl that looks to be 15 to 16 years old, very slender, with short hair, and sometimes sports a pair of bat wings on her back and head. Ah, so you know about my little Lilith? I must say that your organization is very well informed. Morrigan smiled. Wingates nodded as she pulled out a file and read it. A few years ago, some of your excess supernatural energies took form and sentience, and became the being known as Lilith. She was very obsessed with gaining a real body. Namely yours. Yes. A very delightful child. She tried to kill you, then take over your body, destroying several villages and small towns in the process. Tried, my dear Wingates. Tried. And no one was killed. And things did turn out for the best. Yes. Due to some unknown event, and I have a good idea you had something to do with it, Lilith's body somehow gained true substance and she no longer stalks you. She is enjoying her solid body and you seem to have adopted her. Well, she was created from me, so I can claim to be her mother. And as her mother, I only want what's best for my little girl, which includes an education. So you enrolled a supernaturally powerful adolescent in a human high school. What's the big deal? John Talbane's son is at Furinken. Unlike Matthew Talbane, Lilith enslaved has a bad habit of causing mischief on a very destructive scale. Yes, I suppose she inherited that from me. Integral Gates sighed and shook her head. It was going to be one of those days. Homeroom. Akan growled as she glared at Matthew. That pervert. Just what did he do to her sister? Nebiki came home this morning with a very goofy grin on her face and a bounce in her step. When she asked her what had happened last night, her elder sibling simply shrugged and told Akan that it was none of her business. This was totally unlike the calculating, money-grubbing mercenary that Akan knew her to be. Conclusion. At the con Matthew must have done something to her to have turned Nebiki against her own sister. Nebiki was probably ashamed to admit that he had touched her and did unspeakable things, as she thought. He was nothing but a pervert, like all boys. Ooh, just wait until she got through with him. He'll regret ever touching Neko-ken. Class, I would to introduce you to another foreign exchange student today. She comes all the way from Scotland. This is Lilith Slade. At the mention of Morrigan's family name, Matthew's attention perked up as he gazed upon the newcomer, who was dressed in the standard girl's uniform. She was a slim, almost frail-looking girl with short, lavender-pink hair. She was a really cute thing with a petite figure and a bubbly kind of air about her. However, the werewolf was not fooled by her seeming innocence. He could sense the same power within her as with his father's old flame. She was even shorter than Neko-ken, but could most likely splatter the tender girl all over the pavement, if the short-tempered girl got her riled. Lilith cutely waved to her new classmates and her gaze lingered a second longer when she saw Matthew. "Hello. I'm Lilith, and I hope we can be very good friends." Matthew's eyes narrowed. He would have to keep a close eye on her. As for Neko-ken, she was unimpressed. The new girl hardly had any figure to speak of and seemed so fragile that she would probably break apart in a strong breeze. She wouldn't be a challenge at all. At the front of the class, Lilith smiled as she sensed the emotions being emitted from the other students, especially from a certain heir to the Tendo anything goes. Such anger and pride. And then there was Matthew Tailbane. Her mother had told her all about him. She was going to have a lot of fun here. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of this chapter as some of the backstory has been told, plus a few setups for some future plots. Yeah, I know Alex Burgos. More Felicia. Don't worry, she'll make her appearance, as well as other Darkstalkers. Next chapter, Matthew will have his hands full as Lilith begins stirring up trouble and Neko-ken will learn that big trouble can come from small packages. We'll also see Ryoga, Ranma as well as the Blue Blunder as he stumbles across a certain suit of cursed samurai armor. See you then. 1. If anyone ever saw the final episode of Hellsing, when Alucard released his full power against Incognito, then you'd understand why I would consider him more powerful than Demetri. According to Vampire Hunter D, a vampire tends to get more powerful the longer he lives. This would also explain the rune symbol limiters on Alucard to keep him in check. Demetri's history has been set around 12th century Romania, while Alucard's history has never been fully revealed, meaning that he may have lived for well over a millennium, thereby surpassing Demetri's power levels. And besides, it's my story. 2. Jackie Chan's uncle then lops me over the head with his two-fingered strike. Chapter 6 Chapter 5, Girl Trouble the Beast within disclaimer, Ranma 1/2. Darkstalkers, Hellsing and all the others belong to the ones who created them. Thoughts. Chapter 5 Girl Trouble. The school cafeteria. The middle daughter of Sun Tendo and two of her friends sat at a table at lunch. As other students milled about toward the lunch counter to eat, the three girls excited talked to one another about a certain somebody. namely the son of John Talbane. Come on, Nebiki. Tell us about what happened last night. Yumi asked. Yeah. How was he? Was he gentle? Ashura pressed. Akan's sister smiled as her two cohorts continued to bombard her with questions about her date with Matthew Talbane. It was the simple act of girls gossiping among each other about boys, and she was loving every minute of it. For the first time in her life, she was living as a normal teenager, without having to worry about finances and such. Come on, Nebiki. Give us the details. Yeah. Did he kiss you? Well, actually I kissed him. Nebiki's smile became wider as a slight red tinge formed on her cheeks. Then out of the corner of her right eye, she saw the object of their discussion in line to get his lunch. Her friends saw him as well and took on dreamy expressions. Both let off sighs of longing as they watched him. Ooh, you are so lucky, Ashura commented. Yeah, I am so jealous. Yumi agreed. I mean, the only boy in the school who's not after your sister, and you get him. And he's a real hunk too. Ooh, doesn't he have the dreamiest blue eyes? Yeah, and that silver streak in his hair makes him look so wild, you know. You don't know just how wild he can get. Nebiki said softly as she mentally chuckled at the private joke. As she watched Matthew take his tray to the cashier, she noted something odd. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a few yen notes, plus some coins to pay the cashier. Now she wasn't a metallurgist or worked at a mint, but she knew that loose change contained some amounts of silver in them. Considering her beau's aversion to such metals, she wondered how he could touch those coins. She decided to go ask him as she got up. Where are you going, Nebiki? Yumi asked. The short-haired girl gave her friends a smile as she simply plonked toward the table where Matthew was heading toward. I'll see you in math class, girls. She then left to go join up with Matthew, leaving her friends to sigh in disappointment and envy. Hey Nabs. How's it going? Matthew greeted as Nebiki came to his table. Nebiki smiled at the affectionate nickname Nabs as she decided to give everyone present something to gossip about. She immediately leaned over and gave him a very sweet peck on the cheek, then snuggled up next to him, while taking his arm. This immediately got many of the females present in a bit of a snit as they began chatting among themselves and rumors began to circulate. Well, let them spread rumors. Nebiki was used to such and she could always turn a tidy profit from them. Besides, Matthew was interested in her, and not her violent maniac of a sister. She was the only girl in Furinken who wasn't going to have lonely nights on the weekend anymore. I'm fine, Matt. Couldn't be better. Yeah, especially since most of the girls here would like to be where you are now. You wouldn't believe what some of them are saying right now. Some of them think that you're blackmailing me to be your boyfriend. Oh. And how do you know that? Matthew tapped the left ear with his left index finger. I've got a pretty good ear. You know. Right. Well, I can't really blame them. You see, I've got kind of a reputation. She became somewhat uneasy at this confession and was a bit afraid that the truth about her would drive him away. Yeah, I know. Matthew then smiled at her while giving her a playful wink. A girl's got to make a living, right? You don't mind? Why should I? I know that you're doing what you do for a reason. My dad's always told me to give people time to show themselves and not to jump to conclusions. After all, he's friends with a vampire and used to date a succubus. That's another story. In any case, I'd like to think that I'm a fair judge of character, and so far, I like what I see in you. You're smart, decisive, not afraid to ask questions, independent, and you've got some integrity, since you haven't told anybody about my family secret. And I'd say that you're the only one in your home with any sense of the real world. No offense intended. None taken. And that's pretty much how it is at home. Kasumi, bless her heart, is always looking after us after Mom died. She's a good person, but I really think she should get out more often and start living her own life. She can't keep caring for us forever. Ken really needs to have that temper checked, and maybe a few 100 lessons in humility would do her good. Daddy needs to stop being so emotional and grow up. I wish you would get back to teaching again, or at least get a job. And that friend of his. Matthew felt a twinge of anger as he thought about Genma and that poor sap that he'd gotten to pose as his son. He then went back to the subject at hand. Well, in any case, one of the main reasons why I like you, Nabs, is because you've set up your own rules and you don't let anyone try to control your destiny. I like that in a girl. And it doesn't hurt if that girl happens to be cute. Nebiki found herself blushing furiously at his compliment, then decided to ask him a few more questions about his lycanthrope heritage. I never knew a werewolf could be such a flatterer. Speaking of which, I was wondering about something. You can't touch silver, right? Yeah, pretty much. I saw you hand some coins to the cashier. How did you do that? Oh, that's simple enough. He reached into his shirt and pulled out the wolf head pendant he was wearing. This talisman not only keeps me from spreading lycanthropy through bites, but it also gives me limited protection against small amounts of silver. The metal won't burn me as long as I wear this, and I only make brief contact. My ancestors wanted to fit in with normal society, and it was a real problem not being able to handle money, silverware and jewelry. What about the money in your pockets? Aren't those coins hurting you? Well, coins these days don't have much silver in them, and I try not to carry too much loose change with me. As long as that money doesn't make contact with my skin for too long, then it's no problem. I just got to make sure that my pockets never have any holes in them. Okay, I get it. Now mind you, that this pendant won't protect me against silver that's been enchanted or blessed. I can't touch things like holy crosses, magic weapons or things like that. It's kind of ironic though. What do you mean? The thing that werewolves fear the most is also a large part of the Talbane wealth. This certainly caught Nebuchadnezzar's attention. She hadn't thought that Matthew and his father had any considerable means. Their modest apartment had not shown any indication of immense prosperity. Matthew smirked. "Oh, didn't I tell you? My family's stinking rich." The young werewolf shrugged. "Hey, we've been around the world. Plane tickets and travel arrangements don't come cheap. And making these enchanted gold pendants aren't a drop in the bucket. And didn't you notice that there wasn't anyone else at the apartment complex watching me and my dad train this morning? That's because Dad rented the entire place and the surrounding buildings so we'd have some privacy. Now that I think about it, there wasn't anyone else. I didn't even see a landlord. So you and your dad are wealthy, rolling in it, loaded in the chips, swimming in it, well-to-do. I think that covers it. Dad's got at least a dozen secret Swiss bank accounts, and several dozen land titles in Europe and America. He's also got the Talbane ancestral estate in England. I don't believe this. And you just live in a small apartment? We don't want to draw too much attention to ourselves, especially with our family curse. Besides, the world believes that the Talbane line died out 16 years ago, hence my false name of Talbane. Alright. So you said that the Talbane family fortune is mostly made of the thing you fear? Yep. Call it one of life's quirks. The Talbanes happen to own 5 very lucrative silver mines. 2 of them are in England, 2 in Africa and 1 in America. They were another reason why the pendants were made. Nebuchadnezzar giggled at the irony. Then she realized that she had hit the jackpot. Not only did she have a handsome, strong werewolf for a boyfriend, who understood her, but he was rich too. Let's Gen's fiancé top that. Wherever he was. Excuse me, but where is Furinken High School? Ranma asked as he held up a map. The man looked at Genma's son with a confused expression. Why was this nut asking him for a school in Tokyo, when he was in Kobe? Furinken High. Matthew and Nebuchadnezzar continued to chat, when a large crowd came into the cafeteria. The Middleton daughter was quite surprised to see that most of the group consisted of die-hard Neko-ken admirers. They were now following the new girl Lilith like lovesick puppies. They were practically tripping over themselves, trying to get closer to the slender female. Their eyes were fixated on her petite body, while at the same time, making the other girls in the cafeteria seem inadequate. Jealousy began to run rampant among the throngs of females. She was stirring up a lot of hostility with the other girls. It was bad enough that most boys followed that Neko-ken so you can date her degree, and that Nebuchadnezzar had snagged the only available male. But now this scrawny newcomer was picking up prospective suitors as if she were collecting stamps. What did those boys see in her? She was literally swarmed as they continued to proposition her. Can I buy you lunch? What's your favorite color? You want to go out after school? Do you have a boyfriend? I think you're really cute. Please, go out with me. Hey, I asked her first. She's going out with me. Lilith smiled cutely while giving her suitors a playful wink, making their hearts skip a beat. Now, now, there's no need to fight. Oh dear, I feel so thirsty. I wish I had something to drink. In an instant, the boys began mobbing the lunch counter, thrusting handfuls of yen notes at the cashier, and grabbing sodas, milk cartons and juice boxes. A moment later, they were pushing and shoving each other as they raced to be the first one to present Lilith with a beverage. Matthew's eyes narrowed as he watched Morrigan's daughter continue to lead those poor fools. Though she didn't have Morrigan's well-developed figure, Lilith did have the same power over the opposite sex as the enslaved heir. It was a kind of sexual magnetism that all succubi possessed, which allowed them to seduce and entrance men in their dreams, then devour their souls. Apparently, the girl was exerting that ability to gather followers and devotees. That could only mean trouble. Nabiki looked on with concern, as her boyfriend continued to gaze at the new girl. She was beginning to worry that he might be falling under Lilith's spell. She breathed a slight sigh of relief as he turned back to her and nodded reassuringly. Nabs, you better be really careful around her. She's trouble, and I mean big trouble. What do you mean? She asked. How can she be any trouble? She doesn't look like much. Looks can be deceiving. The werewolf warned. She's very powerful. She's a succubus, the female counterpart to an incubus. They have the power to entrance humans of the opposite sex. They generally visit humans in their dreams and give them a night of pleasure, while devouring their souls. You mean, she's some kind of vampire? Nabiki shuddered as she remembered her encounter with Demetri Maximoff and how he had entranced her. In a way. Of course, like vampires, not all succubi and incubi are evil. They simply hunt to survive. They don't have to devour a person's entire soul and they thrive on pleasure. There have been instances in which they have influenced human history. Like what? You've heard of King Arthur and Camelot, right? Merlin the magician was said to be the son of a demon and a mortal woman. Well, his mother had been seduced by an incubus. Whoa. And you say that this new girl is a succubus? Most definitely. She's got the same aura as another succubus I know. In fact, she's got the same last name as the one my dad used to date. Long story, but the thing is, Lilith Slate is using her power over men, hence her new fan club. The more a man is susceptible to his primal urges, then the more she will be able to influence him. 1. HMPF. If what you're saying is true, then I'm not surprised that those boys are falling for her. They're mostly from the usual horde that attack my sister every morning. They just can't keep control of their hormones and their brains are usually in their pants. She then met his eyes and smiled a bit. You don't seem to be affected though. Thank goodness. Matthew smirked. Well, I've got a lot more control over my hormones. And let's just say that my primal urges happen to be focused on someone else. Nabiki blushed as she glanced back to the mob. With all those boys, I'm surprised that Kuno hasn't shown. Well, speak of the devil. Almost on cue, Kuno appeared at the cafeteria, hoping to catch a glimpse of his one true love, Akan. And who is this vision of innocent exquisiteness? In a flash, Kuno rushed forward and knelt down in front of Lilith while pulling out a bouquet of roses. He knocked over several other rivals in the process. "My love, your humble and noble servant has come. Will you accept this modest token of my undying affection for thee?" Lilith giggled as she took one rose and daintily sniffed it. This buffoon was so easy to control that it was laughable. In fact, nearly all of her followers were influenced by emotions of lust and cravings for attention and affection. She didn't need to exert a tenth of her attraction aura. The only male that wasn't responding to her was a certain werewolf that's sitting nearby. She smiled as she thought of him as the challenge she was looking for to relieve her of boredom. Just then, a certain sister of Nebuchadnezzar's entered the cafeteria with two of her friends. Ugh! It figures that Kuno would be so fickle, Akan's sister said with disgust. And it looks like things are about to get worse, Matt said as he pointed to where Akan had just spotted her former fans, now drooling over the new girl. Suffice to say, she was not happy that someone else was stealing away the attention. "What is going here?" Akan asked as she saw the very same boys she had thought this morning were now fawning at that skinny little transfer student. She had been expecting to be swarmed by her many admirers as always, but now they weren't even aware that she was present. This got her temper boiling. She hated the morning fights, but she hated being ignored even more. Even that moron Kuno, her most persistent sweeter, seemed to have dropped her. How could that be? She was supposed to be the most popular girl in school. Just what did those morons see in that skinny little stick? Seeing only red, she began stomping toward her. "Excuse me, Nabs. I've got to stop your sister before Lilith splatters her all over the cafeteria. Is she really that dangerous?" Nebuchadnezzar was still unbelieving that someone so frail could be any threat to her smash first and don't bother to ask later sibling. Matthew nodded as he got up and headed toward the impending conflict. "You disgust me," Akan cried out as she pointed a finger at the succubus. Still maintaining her innocent act, Lilith demurely glanced toward the furious girl and shrugged her shoulders in mock confusion. "I beg your pardon." At the moment, she was sitting on a table with her legs crossed, and was daintily sipping on a soda. Around her, the throngs of lovesick boys continued to sigh and gaze upon her with blissful ignorance. She was seemed unaware, or more accurately, unconcerned with the potential of violence that Soon's youngest daughter represented. Her air of superiority made Akan's blood boil. Didn't this girl know that she was the most popular girl in school and the best martial artist in Nirima? What was it about Lilith and Slade that was making her so irritated? "Look at those perverts hanging all over you. Don't you have any self-respect as a girl? You're nothing but some cheap, skinny floozy twig." Akan's outburst made the boys begin to growl and become restless. Even Kuno began to become irritated at his beautiful tigress. How dare she insult their pure, sweet, innocent Lilith? It was a crime to slander her like that. Nebeki's sister became a little confused at this turn of events. These were the same boys that attacked her every day to date her. Sure, they were enthusiastic, but they had never shown such animosity against her, especially Kuno, and he was usually the most tenacious of her would-be sweeters. They all looked as if they were about to tear her apart. Lilith then finished off her drink and stood up while giving her devotees a small wave, instantly cooling their tempers and got them all lovey-dovey again. She then faced off against her rival with an air of indifference that made Akan's temper rise a few more notches. Now boys, she's not worth it. Miss Tenbo's words were only her poor, pitiful attempts to hide her inadequacies as a girl. I mean, why else would she make a scene, when it's obvious that she's just jealous? What? Why would I be jealous of a skinny little tramp like you? There, you see. The green-eyed monster rears her ugly face and, oh, I'm sorry, Miss Tendo. I know you were wearing a mask, but that's really your face. Lilith let off a girly giggle that made every heart of the horde of Vanda skip a beat. Of course, this only made Akan's temper reach near critical. Why you? I've heard that these boys used to meet you every day in order to win your heart. And every day, you beat them up. Some of Akan's ego as a martial artist came back as she gave a smug smile and said, "That's right. I happen to the best martial artist and that only proves what a naive, little child you are," Lilith said with a carefree wave of her hand. "Because it's obvious you wouldn't know what to do with the boys." Lilith giggled again before continuing. "Akan Tendo, girls are supposed to attract boys. It's just nature. And just think of all the yummy things that can done with them." She then stroked the bottom of Kuno's chin, making the kendo fighter all hot and bothered. If the succubus had asked him to sit up and beg, take what he would have done so and howled. Only someone who is uncertain of her own femininity would be so. "Oh, I don't know, be like you. Instead of enjoying what boys have to offer, you simply break them. And you accuse me of not having any self-respect as a girl. At least I know the facts of life and I won't be destined to be lonely." Akan was about to explode when Lilith put in the final barb. "You know I'm right, don't you? You liked the attention that these boys gave you, but only as a spoiled little brat, and not as a female. However, whenever they got too close, you would beat them up, because you are so feminine. They probably thought that once they beat you, you would give to them the kind of affection that only a real girl can. However, the way I see it, you'll probably end up as an old maid before you get a husband. I mean, what do you have to offer as a wife? There's the shortest marriage on record. You'd probably kill your husband on your wedding night." At this point, Akan couldn't stand any more of Lilith's words, especially since they had the sting of truth in them. So what was her answer to something that she couldn't understand or liked? Violence, of course. 2. Akan began charging with the intent of snapping Lilith in two, but a powerful arm thrust out before her, stopping her from reaching the object of her rage. She looked over to her right and glared at Matthew Talbane. "Get out of my way. Let it go, Akantendo," the werewolf said firmly. "Let it go. This isn't your business." "No, but it's also not your business to start a fight over something like this. As far as I can tell, Slade wasn't doing anything wrong, and you were the one screaming out and looking for trouble. If you were truly the martial artist you claim to be, then you should have had more control over your temper." Lilith's words were only her opinions, even though she may be right. "Get out of my way." Akan threw a punch at Matthew's face, but the son of John Talbane simply caught the incoming fist and with a simple twist, tagged the girl, wincing and trying to pull free. She found herself being brought to her knees as she looked up and saw into his lupine gaze. "I'll say this one last time, Akantendo. Let it go." The Tendo girl struggled for a few more minutes, then finally relented under his crushing grip. "All right," she hissed. "For now." With those words, Matthew released her hand and stepped back, ready to counter any attack if she lashed out. However, with her pride wounded, she decided to withdraw and stomped away, silently vowing that Slade would pay for her insults. As he watched her depart, Matthew let off a sigh of relief that he had been able to defuse the situation. Nevertheless, he knew that he would have to keep an eye on things. Later. "I hope you don't think I was too hard on your sister," Matthew said as he and Nebiki walked home from school. "I just wanted to make sure she doesn't try to fight Lilith." "It's okay," Nebiki replied assuredly. "I'm just glad that no one got hurt. And Akan does need to put that temper in check. I swear, she'll lash out for any reason. Yeah, well, she may think that she's a great martial artist, but her skills wouldn't mean squat against Lilith. She's that powerful. Well, I haven't seen her in actual combat, but I could sense her power levels. She's way beyond your sister's abilities, and if Lilith's anything like Dad's old flame, then Akan would have ended up as a bloody smear on the ground. Dad told me about how powerful Morrigan was. It's a whole different dog game when you fight a Darkstalker. That's the general term for all supernatural beings of the old races. Vampires, werewolves, that mummy from last night, and stuff like that. Me and my dad have made several trips into the world of the Makai. What's the Makai? It's also known as the Demon Realm. Dad thought it would be best that I get experience with dealing with otherworldly beings and, if necessary, fight them. In any case, Akan wouldn't have lasted 2 seconds against Lilith, and I have a feeling that she's not going to forget this. Nebiki nodded in agreement. Once Akan's pride was challenged, she would go all gung-ho about being a martial artist. She hoped that her sister would not pay for her arrogance. The Tendo home. I'll show her who's the best. Jealous of her? HH. She's going to see what a real girl and true martial artist can do. I'll show everyone. Neko-ken then finished the challenge letter with a flourish. That was when Nebiki came home. Meanwhile in China, Cologne sighed as the last group of warriors came back, with every member either limping or being supported by their comrades. Apparently, they had the same lack of success as all the others before them, including that idiot Moose. The mystics of the village had made stronger spirit wards and magical spells, but still the ghosts of Cienko and Malin persisted. Things were starting to get desperate. Without the mystic gems from the quarries, the spiritual barrier which kept the Musk dynasty at bay would eventually weaken. The Amazons needed to mine those gems quickly, and to do so, they would have to stop those specters from haunting the areas. Since all other methods had failed, there was only one other recourse. The elder went into her house and entered her bedroom. She knelt down toward a hidden panel in the floorboards and opened it. Taking out a small, decorated box, she unlocked the lid and pulled out a golden pendant, which was shaped in the form of a wolf's head. Cologne smiled at the memory of the last time the Tallbanes had visited the Joksuzoku. Flashback to 4 months ago. Translated from Mandarin, Cologne sighed as she watched her great-granddaughter get thrown several yards. She winced slightly as shampoo came down on her rear with a thump. She sighed again. The elder made a note to improve on her heir's lack of grappling skills, which Matthew was taking full advantage of, by tossing her like a flapjack. Behind her, John Tallbane smiled as he watched his son continue to wipe the ground with his sparring partner. He had to admit, though the Amazon team was severely outclassed, especially when fighting Matthew in his hybrid form, Shampoo was no quitter. The purple-haired girl got up again, and tried to attack with a flying kick, but his son easily caught the extended foot with one hand, swung her about in a helicopter spin, then sent her airborne again. I have to admit, your great-granddaughter has gotten better, John admitted. I think Matthew's actually trying this time. Yes, but it seems that my great-granddaughter was a bit too overconfident in her improved skills, the matriarch said. She shouldn't have insisted to spar with your son in his strongest form. Then again, WHUMP. This may have an unexpected dividend. What do you mean? The elder werewolf asked. Thump. WHOMP. THOM. I may not have to subject Shampoo to the Bakusai Tenketsu, if she keeps this up. The endurance she gains from this may be just the same as being repeatedly hit by boulders, perhaps even better. Wabioom. Provided she survives. Shampoo winced as Matthew applied some healing salve to her arms. Both were sitting on her bed as the Amazon's sparring partner tended to her injuries. Sorry. I not mean throw so hard. The young lycanthrope's Chinese was passable. He wasn't as well traveled as his father, but he had picked up enough of several foreign dialects during their journeys to make a decent conversation. It's okay. I was asking for it when I said I wanted to fight you in your hybrid form. I bet I could really give you a fight if I was a werewolf. You did good as you know. Not too many Matthew opponents last long as you did. I'd do a lot better if a certain werewolf would do something for me. Champa said seductively as she began to snuggle up closer to him. John's son inched away as he shook his head. No. I not do it. Why not? It'll only take one little bite. Already told so. Too dangerous. Shampoo may not be shampoo anymore if Matthew bite. Come on. Please. The Amazon took on a really cute expression, making it difficult for John's heir to continue refusing her. In the kitchen, Cologne and John were sipping cups of tea as the Matthew's father picked up on the teenager's conversation with his sensitive hearing. He sighed as he turned his attention back to the elder. Cologne noted his expression and asked, "Something wrong? I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but your great-granddaughter is pestering my son to turn her into a werewolf again. Doesn't she realize the dangers of secondary lycanthropy? Actually, if she were to gain even a portion of his power, then it might be worth the risk. She would certainly benefit from your family's miraculous regenerative traits and be healed by now. In fact, our whole tribe would benefit if you and your son were to bite a couple dozen of our best warriors. We would be able to hold out better or even defeat the Musk dynasty, if we were to." John tiredly held out a hand and shook his head. "We've been through this before, Cologne. The risk is too high to experiment. In nearly all cases, those who have bitten lose their humanity and become mindless beasts. You would be forced to kill your own people, if they were to permanently sink into a feral state. They would become a danger to all and would have to be destroyed to put them out of their misery. Ah, but you did say that a few had been able to retain their humanity. Even if we were to have only a handful of such powerful beings at our disposal, then we would. No, Cologne. The matter is closed. I see that you are adamant about this. I will not unleash that kind of danger on the world. Well then, there's always that other option." John smiled whimsically while shaking his head again. "As I recall, those Amazon marriage laws do not apply to any member of the Talbane clan, thanks to that agreement that was made 600 years ago. I truly wish we did not make that pact. The tribe would have benefited from such strong, mystical blood. All of your male members, or have you forgotten the fact that the werewolf traits are primarily passed from father to son? You are not guaranteed any she-wolves if my son or I were to take an Amazon mate. We've only had 6 or 7 female-born werewolves in our family tree. We have nothing against you warrior women. In fact, my family has always admired your people, and my son has made many friends here. And so, the original pact must stand," Cologne said tiredly. "I think both sides have greatly profited from it. Talbane pointed out. My family have learned much from your fighting styles, and in return, we have aided your people in their times of need and will continue to do so." He then took off his wolf head pendant and handed it to the aged woman, which caused her to be very puzzled. "Your pendant? Keep it as a memento. I have a spare in my bags. And this particular pendant has an extra enchantment. When it is bathed in moonlight, it will be able to contact me through my second pendant. It doesn't have to be a full moon. Mind you, this power only works once a month. End of flashback. Cologne nodded as she waited for nightfall. If ever they needed the help of the Tallbane clan, it was now. Japan. What? Your sister is going to challenge Lilith. Matthew gripped the phone receiver in his hand, threatening to crush it to pieces. He couldn't believe that Neko-ken would be so foolhardy. On the other side of the line, Nebiki nodded. I'm afraid so. I saw the challenge letter. She just can't be reasoned with when she's like this. It looks like Enslade's words really got to her. And the only way Neko-ken knows how to fight back is with her fists. Matthew muttered as he knew that things were going to get very serious. Behind him, certain people were listening to the conversation that was taking place. One was Matthew's father John. Behind him were two guests who had just arrived for a visit, when he had come home from school, namely Morrigan Enslade and her daughter Lilith. The younger succubus smiled as she heard the news. She just knew that she was going to have fun in Tokyo. When she looked up at Matthew's agitated expression, she decided to feign innocence. She shrugged her shoulders demurely and smiled. The Kuno estate. Cakewalkie was currently in his quarters, working on an ink painting, when he turned toward the door and acknowledged the presence of his servant, Sasuke. Ah, Sasuke. You may enter. Yes, master. And that was when a short man in ninja garb fell from a panel in the ceiling and crashed down in front of his employer. This startled Kuno nearly out of his pants. I meant through the door, you moron. Kuno raged. The little ninja heaped in shame and bowed his head. My apologies, master. The so-called blue blunder calmed down, while making a mental note to string Sasuke up by his thumbs later, and then addressed him. What news do you have for me? Yes, master. The toady replied. The special package you had purchased some time ago has arrived. Excellent. Have it brought to me at once. I have already taken the liberty of doing so, Master Kuno. Sasuke gestured to a large crate that was sitting just outside the door. Well, what are you waiting for? Bring it in. Yes, master. The little ninja then walked over to the crate and pulled mightily on a strap. With some huffing and puffing, he managed to drag the large crate inside the room, then used a crowbar to pry open the lid. With some tremendous effort, he was barely able to open the top, which caused the sides to fall over. One side came down on Sasuke with a mighty crash. Kuno's servant was flattened under the heavy panel of wood and moaned. Do not worry, master. I'm all. Wham! Sasuke was stopped in mid-sentence as Kuno rushed over and flattened him by stepping onto the panel that pinned the ninja down. Not realizing, or probably not caring, that he was squishing his loyal servant, Kuno gloated over his latest acquisition, which happened to be a set of grotesquely decorated suit of ancient samurai armor. The protective garb was colored crimson and its midsection was shaped like some fanged mouth. Even the helmet appeared to look like some monstrous head. What interested Kuno the most was the elaborately decorated sword that went with the armor. "Ah, here it is," Kuno declared. "This is an authentic set of samurai armor, which dates back to before the Tokugawa era. What a rare find, Sasuke. If you say so, Master." "You are GH." The obedient ninja managed to pull himself free from the panel and looked at the battle gear with some uneasiness. "Oh, I think we should take heed of the warnings the last owner gave to you when he sold you the armor," he said. "I will not be intimidated by some nonsense about curses." He was nothing more than a superstitious, weak-minded fool. He did not see the true value of this magnificent armor and he sold it to me for practically nothing. "But Master Kuno," the man clearly stated that those who had possessed this armor and sword had been known to have great misfortunes befall upon them. It was said that the spirit of Bisamon, the demon samurai, inhabits the armor and I will hear no more of this rubbish. This magnificent armor and sword are now mine. Ah, perhaps I may impress my newfound love Lilith in Slade, if I were to wear this armor, and show her my true, noble lineage. But Master Kuno." "Silence, knave. I told you before, I shall hear no more of ridiculous tales of curses and such. Now, let us see this armor upon my noble self." "Yes, Master Kuno," Sasuke said resignedly as he looked toward the armor and sword with a feeling of foreboding. Something about the ancient battle garb sent shivers down his spine and made him wish he could bundle up the armor of Bisamon in a gunny sack, encase it in concrete and toss it into the Tokyo Bay. Deep within the crimson shell, an old spirit began to stir. Soon, it will taste the sweet pain of combat and the delicious flavor of blood. The tall came home. "You know you can't accept Akan's challenge," Matt said as he and Lilith spoke in the privacy of his room. Outside in the living room, John and Morrigan were discussing old times. "Why not?" Lilith asked innocently, though something in her expression told the werewolf that she was looking forward to causing more mischief, especially with the youngest Tendo daughter. "She wants to challenge me, so I have to accept. I'm not going to let her smear the enslaved's good name. Lilith, you know Akan doesn't stand a chance against you. If you're afraid for that human's life, then I promise to go easy on her. Will that alright?" "That all depends on what your definition of going easy is like," the young Tallbane retorted. "She's just a human. Well, she claims she's a martial artist, so she should be able to take a few lumps. That's what I'm afraid of. Even one of your lumps could really hurt her and put her into the hospital. Or worse. So, if there's anyone to blame for this, then it's Akan Tendo. She was the one looking for a fight. I was just minding my own business, then she accuses of me of being a tramp and now she wants to challenge me. Just because I wounded her pride with my own opinions about her, which were merely statements of truth. She then took on an introspective look and asked, "So why are you so concerned about all this? Is Akan someone very special to you, HMM?" She reached out and traced a seductive finger on Matthew's well-muscled pectorals. John Sung flinched slightly and backed off a bit. Lilith's seductive aura was nowhere near as powerful as her mother's. The werewolf was feeling somewhat hot due to his proximity to the young succubus. He shook his head to clear his mind and regain his focus. "No, I don't think of Akan like that. Personally, it might do her some good to take a few knocks, but she is Nabiki's sister and she asked me to try and talk you out of accepting the challenge." Nabiki's trying to talk her sister out of it too, since we both don't want anyone hurt. Sure enough, at the Tendo home. "Akan, this is stupid. Challenging enslaved like this makes no sense. She didn't do anything wrong." "What do you mean?" the short-tempered sibling said in a huff. "I'm a martial artist and I've got to uphold my honor. That little tramp insulted me." "Akan, you're taking this way too seriously," Nabiki pointed out. "So she's picked up some admirers who used to chase you all the time. I would have thought you'd be glad to have gotten those idiots off your back." "This isn't about that," the younger girl denied. "It's about inner liar," Nabiki thought. "I know you liked all the attention. You're just using this honor thing as an excuse. Just like Mr. Sodom and Daddy with this unite the schools nonsense. HMM, I wonder where Ranma is right now." She then got back to the topic at hand. "Akan, I really think you should let this go. Someone might get hurt. Someone's going to get hurt all right. And I assure you that it's not going to be me. I showed that little twerp in Slade that she shouldn't mess with a martial artist. Some martial artist." Nabiki mentally snorted. "Can't control her temper, can't take it when somebody shoves the truth into her face, and her only way to deal with things is with violence." The middle daughter knew that she was fighting a losing battle and hoped that Matthew would be able to keep things from getting out of control when Akan faced off against the succubus. The next day, crowds of people gathered around the soccer field after school as word of the impending duel between Akan Tendo and Lilith in Slade spread like wildfire. On the sidelines, both Nabiki and Matthew sat and discussed the upcoming match. "So you couldn't talk her out of it?" Nabiki sighed and shook her head. "I swear that it's like talking to a tree stump. Once Akan is rooted into something, it's hard to pull her out of it. Normally, Nabiki would be taking betting pools and such. But since this event involved a family member and was of a serious nature, Akan's sister was too concerned with her siblings' safety to be making money." "So did you have a talk with Lilith?" "Well, I couldn't get her to refuse the challenge letter, but she did agree to go easy on her and not cause any lasting injuries. Now, I'm not too sure about her definition of going easy, but I'll keep an eye on things. Thanks, Matt." She then leaned over and gave him an affectionate kiss on the cheek. It was then that the crowds began cheering as the combatants appeared on the scene. Akan was feeling confident as she faced off against her opponent. This was going to be too easy. Soon everyone was going to see that Akan Tendo, the heir to the anything goes martial arts, wasn't someone to trifle with. Soon everyone will respect her again, after she put this little slut in her place. Just look at her. She was openly flirting with those stupid boys, in the middle of a duel of honor. Lilith, on the other hand, was unconcerned with the hostility being directed toward her from her arrival. She simply waved to her legions of femmes and blew them all kisses, making the crowds of hormone-crazy adolescents go into a near frenzy. It was clear to all who was the favorite, which made the former most popular girl in school's temper come to a fast boil. "You little tramp. This is supposed to be a duel of honor, not a sideshow," Akan screeched, while pointing an accusing finger at Lilith. The young succubus shrugged her shoulders and replied,